welcome to Sewing Street. Look, I've grown. Do I look taller? I'm standing on a box thing, only because I want to use the rotary cutter, but isn't it lovely? I've suddenly become 4 inches taller. I think I could carry on the rest of my life like this. Anyway, I just feel really strange. Welcome to Sewing Street this morning. Do you know what? It's 2 weeks till Christmas today. I was driving up this morning. I had a sudden panic. I thought it was about 3.5 weeks away. It's 2 weeks to Christmas. But don't you panic. We've got lots of Christmas gifting ideas for you today, as well as some brilliant demonstrations, a couple of books, and lights galore as well. But we're going to start off with the early bird, which is why I'm standing on this amazing box. The early bird today, and not only is it an early bird, it's an Advent early bird. It's different to normal early birds, where we always do a little discount for you. But with the Advent early birds, which we're running throughout Advent, we give you extra special discount, more discount than normal. And today, we weren't even supposed to have this. It is the Fiskers rotary cutter, which I love, and persuaded Ben, he sort of, I don't know how he managed this, wheedled it. He wheedled this into a Christmas Advent early bird just for me. It's a brilliant rotary cutter for many, many reasons, and I will show you why in a moment. Now, the normal price of this is £24.99. And so normally, if we were going to do an early bird, we would take a bit off, maybe £2, maybe £3. So sometimes a £5, but let's see, it's going to be extra special today. Now, we found a price comparison for you on the Long River website, £22.99. So that's £2 cheaper than we've got it. So I think, Ben, we need to do it even better than that. We need to beat them. I think, let's go £5. I think £5 is a fantastic discount. So let's go to £19.99. 12. I think you slipped, Ben. £12.99. Whoa, that's almost half price. Wow, that's amazing. So, have we ever done that? I've never seen it at that price before. Fantastic. Right, let me tell you why I love this rotary cut so much. Well, I love rotary cutters because they cut accurately, they're much easier to cut, you can cut quicker. I love Fiskers, the brand, because they've got a very, very long history. They're very good quality. They come from the village of Fiskers in Sweden. And, well, we all know their scissors, don't we? But they're brilliant quality. They cut sharp, excellent heritage. But with the rotary cutter, now I've got one out of the packet here. Firstly, you've got a really nice ergonomic handle, so it's really super soft, and it's safe as well. You've also got, you can push the blade out so that you can use it like that all the time, and then it's got a lock as well, which is brilliant, so that when you put it in your work basket, it won't just slip out. It's got a 45mm blade. So there are big rotary cutters which are 60mm. There are little ones which are 28 or 18. The 45 is your Goldilocks one. It's the one that you use. It's not too big. It's not too small. You'll use this most of the time. And one of the great things about rotary cutters is that any brand blade will fit in any brand rotary cutter. So it doesn't matter when you buy new blades, whatever brand you buy, they will all go in. But it's also got a nice handle as well. So it's just really super strong and really nice and easy to use, and won't make your hands ache. Also, you don't have to hold the button to keep the blade out. It just stays out, and it's very quickly simple, you know, one hand use to shut the blade as well. So let me show you. This is where I'm stood on my box. How wonderful it is. So I've got a piece of spare fabric here and a ruler. So we'll cut a big ruler. So say I wanted to cut, I'm going to cut these squares out. So line your ruler up with the edge of the line you want to do. Open up the rotary cutter. Now this is a Creative Grids ruler, so it won't slip, but hold it down nice and stiffly. And this is why you need to be high enough, because you need to be able to get pressure onto it. You don't need too much pressure, but you need that pressure. And then when you do that, look at that, you get a beautifully clean cut. Really, really nice. If I then decided I wanted to cut this into square, then I can use a smaller one. This is my favourite Creative Grids ruler, the 6.5 inch, and cut it around that way. Cut it this way. Now, what if I wanted to, if I was cutting fabric, say I've got normal quilting weight fabric that's 112 centimetres wide, and I want to cut it into strips. So the best way to do that, this is slightly narrower because I've used it already, is fold it, and then either, well, because of my mat isn't so long, put the folded edge lined up with the top of your mat, and then we're going to trim this. So let's just show you how easy it is. So now I know that that's straight, I'm going to line up the edge of my ruler with one of the straight lines on the mat. Now I know that I'm at a perfect right angle. So open up my rotary cutter and then simply cut through. Now my mat isn't quite long enough, so I'll just have to trim that bit off. So now I've got a beautifully straight edge. It's gone through 2 layers, no problem. So if I decided I wanted to cut a 1-inch strip, just line that up. I have to cut that off the end. And now I've got a perfect 1-inch strip. So say if I wanted to cut 4 layers, again, fold it in half, line up the folded edge on one of the horizontal lines of your cutting mat. Now, as soon as you move fabric and refold, it shifts a little bit. So always trim off. You only need to trim off maybe like 1/4 inch. So let's see how we can get through 4 layers. Easy. Look at that. So now if I want to cut a 2.5-inch strip, which you often do, don't you? 4 layers, no problem. There we go. Perfect 2.5-inch strip. So this is brilliant. Now, maybe you've already got a rotary cutter. I have several, to be honest, because I have some that I use for paper, some that I use for cotton fabric. I have others that when I'm cutting maybe thicker stuff, if I'm trimming a quilt with wadding, where I really need that super sharp blade. And I like to have a few around, but this is a lovely rotary cutter. If you want to buy one as a gift for somebody, it comes in the nice packaging like this. It's got instructions on the back that explain how to change the blade. Obviously, it comes with the blade. It's also ambidextrous. You can turn the blade from this side to this side. So with the right hand, you put the blade here. If you're left-handed, just swap the screws round, which explains on the back, and you put the blade on that side. So you can use it left. I won't do it left-handed because I'll probably cut myself. It's quite hard to do it the other way around. Absolutely brilliant. But at that price, £12.99, Fiskers, that's almost half price. Now, when you looked at what it was on the Long River, it was £10 more than that. Now, this special offer will only last until we run out of stock or until midnight. If we've got any stock left at midnight, it will go back up to £24.99. So I would say get it now before it sells out. Loads and loads of you have got it in baskets. It is a brilliant, brilliant Christmas gift. And if, like Claire and I, you haven't quite finished your Christmas shopping, and you think, oh, I don't know what to get anybody. If you know anyone who sews, get them one of these Fiskers, because it's so nice that you've got that finger guard, because it really does protect you, and it's got, the handle is nice and rubbery, and having the safety catch is brilliant. So if you're just getting into rotary cutting, you think, oh, I really need to buy them, get yourself this. And I would say buy yourself either the 24-inch long ruler or 24.5, and either the 6.5 wide or the 8.5. But you need that length because that means you can cut your fabric by 1/2 metre if you want to cut it in strips. Get yourself one of those, and also get yourself a 6.5-inch for that. And that is, and a rotating mat is quite nice. That's the kit. If you're new to rotary cutting, that's the kit. But get this while it's on special offer. Anyway, we'll go through that again. I'll let you know how stock's going as the morning goes on. But let's have a look and see what's coming up today on Sewing Street. So now we've got the lovely Clare Donnelly native lighting. Now we've got lots of different lights this morning, but we are focusing more on the gifting element. So people where you think, oh, I don't know what to buy them, I haven't bought them a gift. Everybody loves these lights. There was a couple of specific ones that you could buy those for anyone and they would be so pleased. They're probably something that they haven't seen somewhere else. So if you want a really unique gift, they're going to go, ooh, then do stay with me for 8 o'clock because Claire's got some brilliant gifting lights. And obviously we've got lights as well that you can, will help now that it's dark about 2:30, doesn't it? So we have got those, but we are focusing more on the gifting this morning. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Elevate Your Scraps book, Sallieann Harrison's book. Now, she was in with me last Tuesday and we launched the book. We sold out in half an hour, all of them. We tried to get some back for that show and we couldn't, but we've managed to get some more in. not too many. We've got 200, that's all. And we had at least 5 times that many that were sold out in half an hour. So if you were one of the people who missed out, then stay with me for 9 o'clock. I'm going to go through the book. So if you weren't here on Tuesday, I'll go through the book and explain why it's so fantastic. But we've also put together some fabric and bundles that you can use with a book. It's a wonderful book, and it's great to have a book that you can use your scraps with and you can learn new things. It's brilliant. Anyway, we have just 200 of them, so just to warn you. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, I will be on with Amber Makes doing the Carpenter Star quilt. I love illusion quilting. Absolutely love illusion quilting, and I love traditional quilt blocks, and the Carpenter Star is one that melds the two together. It's got that illusion quality, and it's a traditional quilt block. And I've used a collection that we've been waiting a long time to get in, the Lynette Anderson Something Borrowed, Something Blue collection. So with this show, you can buy the complete quilt kit. Now, it's a big quilt. I think it's 84 inches square, king-size quilt. We've got a kit to make the quilt. We've got a kit to make the satchel style bag, which is using Carpenter Star, and we've got the instructions on their own as well. So if you want to learn how to do it, wait till you see when you can see on the pre-order the price of that. To be able to do an 84-inch square quilt using designer fabrics, it's under £100, and it comes with a free video tutorial as well. So that will be at 10 o'clock, so I'll go through it all then. At 11 o'clock, we've got Sophie Crabb with her, and I've not worked with Sophie before, we've just met her. She's launching her new book, So Sophie Crafts. Sophie's cross-stitch designs are absolutely gorgeous. They're full of really fun, unique, mindful sayings in little cross-stitch kits. She's currently in our green room signing all the books for us. So we've got the brand new book that we'll be going through with Sophie and talking about her journey, how she set up her business. And we've got some of her kits. So again, gifting. These kits are absolutely perfect for complete beginners. Lovely thing to buy someone for Christmas, someone you know, maybe you've got a bit of time on their hands, or this time of year they want to do something in front of the telly. These are ideal. Or if you know someone who loves sewing, who loves cross-stitch, they will love these kits. So again, that will help with your Christmas shopping. And then at 12 o'clock, we love Kaffe Fassett. Well, I love Kaffe Fassett. I was lucky enough to go up and visit him a few weeks ago. There's me and Kaffe. I said, oh, go on, Kaffe, can I have a photo with you? And he stood there. He's so cool, isn't he? And folding his arms. So I thought I'd copy him. How cool. Anyway, so at 12 o'clock, we've got the K-Fow where I've got some fantastic quilt kits. We'll show some videos for you of when I interviewed him, where he talked about the quilts. We've got fabric and we've got the kits as well. They're all gorgeous, and we'll have them all to show you. Anyway, that's the day. That's the day. But now it's all about lighting. Morning, Claire.
Hi, how are you?
Morning, I'm all good. All good. So we're going to talk about gifting a bit this morning.
Yes, we are.
Because as we haven't quite finished our Christmas shopping.
No, as we haven't.
We were having a chat about it earlier when we were putting our makeup on. About, shall we go into town or shall we do it online?
Yes, I'm not very good. I like to see things, and that's why I think it's quite nice for people to be able to see the lights on the television. So, you know,
rather than just a still on a website to actually see how they work,
and sort of how flexible they are, and how they can use them for different things as well. So
brilliant. So should we start with this one, because I love this light?
Yes, this one. So
the up and down. It's not called the up and down.
Yeah, this
light,
is the new name that John's given it, is the uppy downy light.
Yeah, uppy downy
lights. But its real name is the reverse light. This is just such a beautiful light. So when you've got it like this, you've got it and it's on the daylight setting. And then when you turn it round, it changes to warm. It's not always that easy to see it on here. If we tend to put it a little bit lower, it does show up a bit better. So that was on the warm. And then when you turn it around, it then goes up to the daylight.
Brilliant.
So it's got like a gyro inside it. So as you turn it, it then turns to light. So many uses for this. People use it as a night light, a bedside light. But what I've got here is, this is something what a lot of people tell me that they use it as the Christmas decoration instead of a candle.
Yes,
so like I've got like
it's not hot at all.
Yeah, and don't have to worry about the wax melting. So we've got like a little nice I don't really know what you'd call this. It's like a quilt. Is it quilted? No, it's not quilted.
It's not quilted. It's a patchwork, like it's a mini tree skirt.
Yeah,
isn't it?
like
it's a table centre.
Yes.
It's not a tree skirt, but
Yeah.
it's a table centre. It's beautiful, actually. Did you make this?
No, when I was at Harrogate, I went and bought it off a stand.
Oh,
there.
did you? It's absolutely
I thought it was really
gorgeous.
nice. And so yeah, so it's lovely to have that. Then have the reverse light in there instead of the candle. So you also get a little handle, so you can hold it as well. So,
Brilliant for camping.
Yeah, great for camping, great for carrying to the toilet block in the middle of the night, things like that. If you've got a camper van or a caravan, because it's rechargeable, you just charge it up and it lasts for, we say up to 8 hours, but lots of people say it lasts a lot
So you don't need
longer.
batteries for it. It comes with a cable.
It's got an internal battery and then it comes with a cable that you just charge it up. And then
So I think the great thing about this is that anybody would want it, because everyone will see that and go, I know what I'll use that for. I'll put that beside me when I'm sewing because I've got a bit of extra light. I'll use it as my bedside lamp. I'll put it next to my sewing machine.
Yeah.
Or I'll use it in the centre of the table, or I'll use it camping, or whatever. But look at the price of it. So it's $63.99. But for some reason, we've got it on 3-way split pay. Oh, is it a special treat because Clare's on? So normally we only do split pay when it's $99.99 or over. But this is $63.99. So we can do it on 3-way split pay. So the way that split pay works is it doesn't cost you any more. It's just an option so that you can spread the cost. So you can spend 3 equal payments of $21.33. We will send it to you straight away, and then you pay the next one the next month, the next one the month after. So you'll get it before Christmas. So if you've got somebody who's a little bit tricky to buy for, you've just got no ideas for them, you give this to them because it is beautiful. It's got a really lovely, super soft feel.
yes,
Isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like PU.
Yes.
That's what it feels like. Really like very, very soft. Oh, we've got a message. I love my reverse light. So useful when typing at night.
Ah.
Melanie Lester. Yeah, there you go. See, everybody will have a different use for it. And the fact that you can carry it and take it round, it comes with a cable so that you just plug it in to recharge it. No batteries need it. It's not hot at all, which I think is fab.
Yeah,
isn't it?
LEDs don't generate any heat.
So it's brilliant, isn't it?
yeah.
So you can hold it like that. Be lovely for the garden in the summer. Do you remember that? When you sit outside of an evening and you need a little bit of extra light.
a lifetime.
But it's one of those things that when you give it to people, they go, oh, and they start, once they realise you can turn it round.
It becomes a bit of a play thing. People
it
sit
is.
and
It
going
is
like that with it.
Gorgeous. You can also change the intensity, can't you?
Yes, you can. So you can either just tap the buttons on the top or you can run your finger along and to get to the lowest one.
So you can make it darker and lighter on both settings. So whether you're daylight, you can just tap it and go darker, or you can just run your fingers over it. But it is the sort of thing that if you buy it for someone, they will know what they're going to use it for.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, just to warn you, selling fast, we have got less than 25 left. So if you have it in your basket and you're thinking about it, you really need to check out. We're not going to get any more before Christmas now. Less than 25, but you will get it before Christmas if you buy it today. When you get to the point of checkout, you can choose whether you want to pay it all up front or whether you want to go through the split pay. You will be asked at the point of checkout whether you want that or not. So that's that one.
That's the reverse, yep.
Can we do the torch next?
Do the torch next.
Is that okay? Because I love the torch. Now, this is another fantastic gift, isn't it?
It is. It's a lovely gift, this one. So this is called the 2-in-1 travel lamp.
Because it looks like a really cool, stylish torch, which it is.
Yeah, it is. But it's also very versatile because it's a desk light as well.
So I'm going to let you show that.
demonstrate
I
this
think it's magic. This is, again, a good man gift. Doesn't have to be for men, but a good man gift, because they're always hard, aren't they?
They are hard to buy for. So to turn the torch on, you double tap the on button twice.
Oh, so you don't have to do that?
No.
You get them, there's like that rubbery switch.
Yeah.
And they're really hard.
No, so you just double tap the button twice. It's got a really big beam, actually. You can shine it. If we can see, I'll shine it behind on your quilt. How far it can actually go.
Yeah, look at that.
Go around the room.
Brilliant for
Dog walking.
Dog walking.
Keeping in the car.
Yeah, looking for things in your garden at night.
Yeah. If you're walking down to the bottom of taking the bins out, lots of different things like that. Again, another ideal one for camping or being in a caravan, because again, it's another one that's rechargeable. So
no batteries required.
So no batteries
Because
required.
these torches normally have those great big big, they C batteries,
Yes.
don't they? You need like 5 of them.
And they're not cheap, are they?
No, they're really not.
No, so that's another thing with rechargeable products is obviously, you know, you're saving money because you don't need to recharge the batteries.
Yeah, we need to shine it over there. Ben wants to see how
Okay.
powerful it is. Where do you want me to shine it, Ben?
So tap it twice.
There. Look at that. That's amazing, isn't it? Picks up the tree. There we go. Just to show you how powerful it is. That's amazing.
Yeah. So again, so like you were saying, obviously it means you don't have to have batteries.
And it's not heavy.
It's not very heavy at all. Obviously, it's got its internal battery, but it's not very heavy. It's also got a little rubber protector here, so that if you're then going to be placing it down and using it as a desk lamp, then it won't scratch or damage the torch as well. So to use it as a desk lamp, you just lift your little lid up here. It's flexible, so you can go up and down. It can go as high as that if you wanted it to. And then you've got your 3 different lights on there. You've got warm light, cool light, and daylight. So you've 3 different colours. And each colour setting is also dimmable. So once you get to the colour that you want, you just keep your finger on it, and then it will dim right down.
So you've got 3 different colours. It dims.
Yep. So it's got 9 settings.
Oh,
So,
of course, yeah.
So three settings for each one, and then obviously each one dims 3 times as well.
And then you can use it up like that,
use it up like that, or you can. So if you're like working at a computer or a desk, or you're reading, these are quite good for students as well. So they're nice and small to pack away and put in a drawer when you don't get very much
to take
room.
when you're on holiday or travelling, because you know you've got an extra light. If you want an extra reading light when you're away, you've got a torch and you've got a light all in one.
Yep. So all those different options. So it's a nice compact little one, and then when you're not using it, you can just pop it in a drawer, and it's a nice.
And it comes with the cable.
Comes
to
with the
charge
rechargeable cable.
Wow. So it's $45.99, and we've got it on 3-way split pay. So you can pay $15.33 today. We'll send it straight to you, and then you pay over the next 2 months. But we have got less than 15 in stock now. So if you want to get this is, again, a brilliant Christmas present. I can think of loads of people. You give it to someone, it's so unusual. It comes in a nice box as well, which I always want to know when I'm doing my Christmas present.
It
comes in a very nice box, which is makes it much easier to wrap as well. But it is, I think it's my favourite.
Is it?
Because it does so many things. It's super light, and I think it's really stylish as well. And I like the fact that you just tap it to turn it on. You have that rubber button.
Yeah,
that you
you've
can't
got to
press
try it.
in.
Yeah.
And also, you'll give it to someone, and they'll start off thinking it's a torch, and then they'll go, "Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, what's that?" And you go, "Oh my goodness, that's amazing." Really clever. So pop that one in your basket. Again, it's on the 3-way split pay. Up to you whether you use that or not, but it is interest free. Right, should we do this one next?
Yeah.
We're moving through my favourites.
I can say I thought this was your favourite.
Well, no, I think, I love that. I think it's the torch, because I think
it's a
that's
torch.
really clever.
That's clever.
Hard.
Okay. So this is a really nice lamp because it's so compact, and this is ideal to keep in like your crafting bag, in a handbag.
Yes.
Lots of people tell me that they take these to restaurants because they say
it's
so
fab.
badly lit
And we're
these
on
days.
single figures of this before we go any further, just to warn you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right. So let me just show you how it folds down first of all. So you obviously extend there, so you push that down and then it goes down.
I think
like
that's
that.
magic, isn't it?
See, when you look at that, you don't always know that's a light. A lot
No.
of people are like, wasn't too sure what that was. So really, really nice and compact. And then just obviously to extend it. So you can have it at this height if you wanted to, but if you need it higher, then you can just extend that. This part also moves as well, so the flexibility of that. So to turn it on, you just tap it, and then you tap it another 3 times to get to the brightest. So it's got 3 settings, 1, 2, 3. And to turn it off, you just keep your finger on it for a couple of seconds, and then it goes off. It's all very gentle taps, no sort of hard pressing on any of these buttons.
Again, no batteries.
No batteries. It's got its internal battery for obviously recharging. And then once that's charged up, that will last probably between 4 and 7 hours.
So can you use it plugged in as well?
You can. So you just, when it's charging, you just have to, if it goes completely dead, you just have to wait probably 2 or 3 minutes for them to, a little bit of charge to hit it, and then for it to start back up.
So if you kept it permanently somewhere, you could just have it like that, couldn't
Yeah.
you? We've got a message from Patsy. Hi, Rebecca, Clare. So I'm tripping everything. Hi, Rebecca, Clare. And all at Sewing Street. My zigzag lamp is fab and called Zebedee. I'm a jewellery maker and the lamp works great in a small place from Patsy Westminster. That's brilliant. Yeah. A great name for it.
Zebedee.
It's so flexible. And I think, you know, if you asked everyone, what do you do with yours, what's yours for, it would all be different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's got also, some people say they use this little part here where it folds back down into to maybe put bits of jewellery and like needles and things like that as well. So
it is great. So you could use it maybe if you were using it for sewing, or you were doing a bit of knitting or crochet and you wanted a bit of extra light, you could use it on a table next to you.
Yep, definitely.
Or you can just pop it in your handbag. So there's so many different things you can do with it. Again, that's why we thought it would be a brilliant gifting idea. That's 3 gifts sorted out now.
Yeah, definitely. At least 3.
Right, which one's next? This one. Yeah, I think so. I can't remember. We talked through what order we can do it. I can't remember. I'll do this one next because I like this one. I haven't seen this one before.
You've not seen this one before? Okay.
And this comes in black or white?
Yes. So what's quite nice about this one is the fact that it folds down really flat completely. So again, if people don't always want to keep their lights out, you know, you can just pop it. So it's not an awkward shape to be able to fit in the cupboard or the drawer or anything. So it folds down completely.
That's quite nice, actually, because for some people that's an important thing, isn't it? To have that option.
Yeah. So this one's mains operated. So obviously you get your 3-pin plug for this one. So you just lift it up, and then you've got your head here, which is also flexible. You can position that down wherever you want to. And then you've got your on and off button there. Is that one plugged in?
No. They are now.
They are now, right, okay.
Do turn your plug on.
So we've got different colours with this one as well. So you've got warm light, cool light and daylight. And again, it's got 3 brightness settings on each colour. So most of the lights have warm, cool and daylight. We have a couple where there is just daylight, but you will always have at least daylight in all of the native lights. But most of our lights have got settings for 3, because what you find as you get older, that your eyes change quite dramatically and people start to get eye conditions. And sometimes people then find that just daylight is a bit too much and a bit too harsh.
Right, okay.
And particularly if people get macular degeneration and other eye issues, then sometimes they want to be able to find a light that's the most comfortable for them. So that's why majority of our lights have got all the different colours.
Yeah, and you've got to get that exact setting because you need it brighter for some occasions and not others.
And not others.
So this would be a really good desk lamp, work lamp, but bedside lamp as well.
Yeah, so again, lots of uses. Have it as bedside, you know, working on computer. If somebody's reading, because you can obviously also bring it down closer as well.
And also, if you want to take it away with you, because it folds flat, you could pop that in your suitcase.
Yeah, and then and take that with you.
Because you know what it's like if you're going away and you think, oh, I'll take a bit of stitching with me. You've no idea what the light's going to be where you go.
Exactly.
Or your bedside light. I've been away sometimes and you get those really strong spotlights as a bedside light.
It's just a bit much, isn't it? Yeah, and I think it just,
They're almost those cheap desk lamps, aren't they?
Yeah.
Why is that a bedside light?
Yeah, then you've got them bend it and it doesn't really sort of get to where you need it, does it?
So it's a lovely thing for you. And I think if you're people saying, what do you want for Christmas? This is great. But it's also a really nice gift for somebody.
Yeah.
So many different things that you can do with it.
Yeah. So many uses.
So the one that we've got on screen is the black one, $45.99. Now look at the split pay on that, £15.33. So you pay that now. We will send the lamp straight to you. You'll get it before Christmas, and then you pay the other 2 payments. Well, they'll be after Christmas. It's up to you whether you do that, but it is completely interest-free. So it is an option if you want to spread the cost. So that's the black one. But we've also got it in white as well. There we go. So it's up to you, depends on your decor. Maybe you think, well, I'll have this one on my computer desk and I'll have this one as my bedside lamp.
We can have a his and a hers.
Or his and a hers, couldn't you? It's up to you, really. But they're very stylish, aren't they? I like them. They've got a real elegance to
Yeah,
them.
yeah, they're quite. We haven't had them on for a long time actually. So
They're
yeah,
lovely.
it's like-
I mean, I mean, I think £45.99 is a great price, but you know that when you're not paying, £9.99 for this, you know it's a good quality,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yeah, and also what we've found is that a lot of people sometimes they're not too sure how much difference having a light's going to make. And I always say to people, maybe try with one of the more affordable ones first, and then a lot of people are like, wow, it's made such a difference. I want a bigger one. Or I want a
because
floor
obviously
one.
Claire does lots and lots of different lights. We're going to go through a few of them this morning, not the whole range.
Yeah.
Right, so Ben wants to do the one next that's the most affordable native light. Which one is it?
That one there.
The LED desk lamp. So it does a similar job to these.
Oh, I don't think we've got the LED desk lamp.
Oh.
No, that was the one that, yeah, I don't think we've got that one. It's just round the corner, I think, Levi.
Oh, what, we haven't got it on here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I think we need the cable for it. That's the only thing.
Can we pinch any of the other cables?
No, it's not. They're not.
So
the
we'll
right
show this one anyway.
Yeah, we can show it, but
Right.
obviously we can't switch that one on. So yeah, this is the most affordable one, the LED desk lamp. So a lot of students actually have this one. They use this when they're working on their in their rooms, and they've got their little small confined spaces. Again, it folds down really small to go in a suitcase as well. It's got a very bright spotlight on it, this one. So there you can see the spotlight.
So this is a mains operated one?
Yes, so
Okay.
it's actually USB powered, this one.
Oh,
So you
okay.
actually get a USB that you can...
Right.
So you can plug it into a battery pack, which makes it
Yeah,
very
really,
portable.
really good for travelling.
So yeah, you can plug it into a battery pack, or you can plug it into a computer.
Yeah. Or into a plug with a USB.
Or into a plug with a USB. Or quite often these days, plugs in the wall have a USB
Yeah, they
socket
do,
as
don't
well
they?
now, don't
Yeah.
they? So
That's true.
you've got the option
So
for
it's
that.
very, very portable. £23.99. Again, a really good gift for somebody. And it is very affordable. So it's great for our gifting market. But also, if you want to have a go, like you were saying,
Yeah,
at the light.
if you're not too sure, if you think, oh, does light going to really make that much difference to what I'm doing, then start off with one of these, and then I think most people that have had one of these then move to a slightly bigger one, or a floor one, or just a different option.
Okay.
I think when people realise that working with light makes such a big
It does
difference,
make a big difference. And you think, oh, well, I'll just turn the big lights on.
then they decide, oh, actually, I think I need one for that room now, or I need one in.
It does make quite a difference when you've got the right light.
Yes, definitely.
And they're a lovely gift as well. Right, so that's that one. Can we move on to this one now?
Or was it the clip-on?
No, we're going to move on
is
to that one because
Yep.
I like that one.
I like this one too.
It's got a nice heavy base to it.
Yes, it's got a heavy base, because obviously we don't want it to be knocked over when people are sort of like crafting and making things in front of it. This is the one that's got the highest magnification in our range.
Yeah, so
as
although
well.
it looks like it's just like a light like this one, there is much more to it than that.
Yeah, so it's actually a magnifier as well. And so this has actually got 3 times magnification on it. So you tend to find that the sort of industry standard is like 1.75. So this one is a really
And so it's got a
strong.
nice heavy base, because I guess with the magnifier this is heavier, isn't it? So this really makes it really stable.
Yes. So I think we just maybe get some text, and we can sort of put some of this small text underneath. So you can just see there how much that actually magnifies that.
Wow.
See, that's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely loads. And you can choose. You can choose whether you use the magnifier or
Or
not.
the light. So yeah, it may be that sometimes you need a magnifier and other times you don't. So if you don't want the magnifier, then you can just pop it down. But what a lot of people use this for is sewing. And so because it's got the gooseneck, you can angle it. So what you can actually do is you actually put it in front of the needle.
Wow,
on the actual sewing machines where you're actually working. So that then gives you so much light and the magnification.
Because sometimes,
as
you
well.
try to thread a hand sewing needle, and you're like, I just can't do I can't see anymore. And
Yeah.
it's not that the needles are different or
No,
anything.
no,
But you
it's
put it behind a magnifier and a light, and suddenly, easy. So crafts that you think, well, I can't do anymore, if it's like fine embroidery or fine crochet or hand sewing, you can. All you just need is the right light and the right magnifier. So if you're working, maybe you're sitting in a sewing room or you're in the living room, you could just pop this on a side table.
Yes.
And because it's so flexible, but it doesn't fall over because the base has been counterbalanced.
But yeah, the base has been counterbalanced, and all of the products in Native that have a gooseneck have a reinforced gooseneck, because so many people have said to me over the years that, you know, I've bought lamps and then after a while they just drop and they bang on my head and they just don't stay where I want them. So that's a big thing with Native, is that we've had all our goosenecks reinforced to make sure
so
that they stay in position.
And they're also really super soft. So it's, again, all of the lights, they're very stylish, but they feel, this one feels lovely.
Yeah.
Feels like the PU. Isn't it? It's beautiful. So it has got such a nice flexibility. And I think $42.99, you're paying for a beautiful lamp with all of the different settings and the magnifier. And we've got it on 3-way split pay. So 3 equal payments of £14.33. Again, lovely item for yourself at this time of year, but a nice gift as well.
It's also, this one's also got all the different colours as well.
So you've got
your
the
warm,
daylight,
your cool and your daylight,
right.
and 3 brightnesses on each setting as well. So yeah, a choice of 9 lights.
You know, so if you know somebody who doesn't do specific crafts anymore, because they say they can't see.
Yeah. And we work very closely with the RNIB for people with, obviously, that are struggling with their sight as well. So, you know, they'll sort of endorse the fact that they're very good.
And also, I mean, because obviously the Clare sells a big range of lights. We've got much bigger ones and stronger ones and floor standing ones. But again, this is a good starter. If you're not sure, you don't, or if you're buying it for somebody else and you don't know what they need, this is a good start.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Right, shall we do this one next?
Yeah, so this is...
So this is where we were talking about you do bigger...
Yes, so bigger
ones, more ergonomic, bigger, better.
Do we bring the floor version round first?
Yes.
Yes, let's... Let me go and grab
So this comes as a floor.
So it's called the 3-in-1, and what you actually get with this is you get a base, a pole, and you get...
let me just take it off you. There we go.
Okay. So you get a base.
Really heavy as well. I'm going to put it on here so you can see. It's very heavy because it's counterbalanced at the bottom.
Yes.
Ooh, just hit the camera.
So it needs to go the same way as the bottom. Otherwise, that's something to always remember with your lamp, that you need to be having the base.
So you've got the base, but it's a nice heavy base, so it's not going to tip over. With some of the more expensive lights that you buy, other ones that other people sell, they're not strong enough.
No.
And they tip over because as soon as you start angling this too far, they start to tip. But this is, so with this one, I'll show you obviously like this. So this is where you can put it on the floor. Right, we can put it on the floor.
Put it back on the floor.
Otherwise I'll hit the camera again. And get in trouble. So we'll put it on the floor.
Yeah.
There we go.
So in your pack, you will get a head. This is the head part. You will get a base. You will get a clamp as well, and you will also get the poles. So you have the option of having it like this picture showing there. You can have it as a floor lamp, a desk lamp, or you get a clamp as well if you wanted to clamp it onto the side of the table.
So this can be used in so many different places.
Yes, so many different places.
So you could use it in the garage on your workbench.
You could, yeah.
If you were, you know, doing something small.
Yeah.
You could have it in the living room, over, you know, even behind the sofa, so that you can then bend it over or right beside you. And it won't look horrible. It's not like a utility light. It's going to look attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things we tried to do at Native. Instead of just thinking, oh, it's just a lamp to use for my crafting, we've tried to make them look a little bit more appealing.
Yeah, so it actually looks like you want to have it there.
And so that, like, if you're not using it for your crafting, it still looks okay in the home as well. So we've tried really hard to make them look nicer for being in the homes, and that's why we've got lots of different colours as well, because before crafting lights have always tended to just be white.
Yeah, that's true.
We've tried to.
And then if you want to use it on the table, then you can. So should we just bring in the black one?
So that's the black version.
Now they come in black or white, but I just wanted to show. We've got the white on the screen, but I just want to show you what it looks like if you use it as a table lamp. So you mean you probably won't want to be changing them all the time. But it's useful to have that ability. So if you think, actually, oh God, I wish I hadn't bought that floor lamp.
Yeah, because I'd like a table lamp.
Well, you've got it.
So basically this is the head then screwed into the base, and then we've removed the poles in the middle. So that it's really easy. You just get an Allen key and you just remove the bolt, and that's all
and
you
then
do.
just swap it round.
So really easy to.
So the code that I've got on screen at the moment is for the black version. Now remember, in the black version, you will get all of the pieces so that you can do it as a table clamp. You can make it as a clamp, a table lamp, or a floor lamp. So you've got all of that. And then you've got the light itself, and it's £146.99. Now we can do that on split pay as well. It's 0% interest. The split pay is £48.99, so 3 equal payments of £48.99. So choose between the black or the white, and then let's talk about the light itself.
Yeah, so the light
Now we've talked about the gloriousness of where you can put it.
So this lamp has just the daylight setting on. As I said before, I think the daylight one is the most important when you're working with a magnifier.
Yes, right.
Really, and obviously daylight's really important for colour matching, particularly if you're working with blacks or blues or even whites. You have lots of different versions of whites as well, so it's really good to have the daylight setting to match your colours. So you've got 2 brightness levels on here. So you've got obviously 1, 2, and again, if I could show you underneath the magnifier, the text. This one is 1.75, so not quite as high as the other one, but you can still see that it magnifies.
So it's great for crafting, it's great for reading, it's good for jigsaws.
Yeah.
Really good for jigsaws.
Really
I'm thinking at Christmas. Love a jigsaw at Christmas.
Yeah.
But you know when you just can't see the pieces?
Yeah.
Because they're small and someone's bought you a big 1,000-piece one.
Yeah.
So ideal for that. And again, you know, if you think, oh, well, I could put it on the table. Or no, I'll put it on the floor and you can just travel around the table with you. But that really helps, doesn't it?
No, definitely. And you've obviously got the gooseneck in here as well, so you can bend it. You can come further up as well, and you can position it where you want. When you have it as the floor lamp, that's also height adjustable. So, you know, maybe if you're on a cross-stitching stand and you're sat and you need it quite low.
Yes.
So, it can go down. So what you would normally do is just undo that and then push it down or push it up or pull it up.
It's coming up now.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So, yeah.
And then it's just, it's just like a little, you just screw it round with your hand.
Yeah.
So adjust it up and down.
Adjust.
But it still stays stable. So even when you go up to its fullest height, it will still be nice and stable. So if you, obviously we're standing at quite a high desk here, but if you were sat in an armchair, it'd be brilliant. Right, the XL we're going to do next.
Right, okay.
We haven't seen the XL light since September.
We got a sewing machine we could just...
Yes, I have. Let me just move.
I had it since September. I stood on the cables.
Yes, I'm just going to move the cable.
So this is a really flexible light. This is...
Oh, it's very nice.
Yeah. So again, I'm just going to show you how it works with a sewing machine. Because,
it's just an excuse to get Levi on air, to be honest.
Thank you, Levi. So this is brilliant if you want to flood your sewing machine with some light. So you can just pop it behind. So obviously that's in front. So what you would do is you'd pop it just behind, and then you've got obviously all of that light.
Some sewing machines have a lot of light, but not all of them.
Yeah, well, it tends to. What a lot of people say is it's only just where the needle is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then people said I'd like a bit more light all the way around. So this is a really good option for that. So again, you've got the really flexible gooseneck, which means it stays exactly where you want it to. It's dimmable as well, so if you just keep your finger on it, then it dims down. Take it off and it would go back onto the brightest, and just keep your finger on and then it will dim right down there.
And this one comes with a clamp?
This one comes with a clamp and it's USB powered, this one. So again, either just plug it into, if you've got a sewing machine that's got a USB socket, you can plug it into there.
Or you can just put it into a socket in the wall with if you've got a USB plug.
Into a normal socket. Or if you were going somewhere and you weren't near a plug, then maybe you're going to a class, you can run it on a battery.
Yeah,
if you're going to like a sewing class. So the clamp here opens up to 6 centimetres, It's a really strong clamp because those clamps where they sort of sit on the desk and then start to bounce
I
back.
quite like the fact it's like a bulldog clip as well,
Yeah.
so you haven't got to undo it, you just
Haven't got to
squeeze it.
undo
So
it.
it will fit on a work surface.
Yeah, it'll go on to, 6 centimetres, and it's also got little protective pads on it to make sure that
okay.
if it's going onto like your dining room table or some furniture that you're worried about, it would mark.
There's a
then
nice
you've got.
picture.
And so there it is, obviously over a laptop being used as a lamp
Perfect.
to work over a laptop as well.
So that comes in black and white.
Yeah.
So it's called the Black Slim Lamp Flex XL. The one that we've got on screen at the moment is the black one, $65.99. Again, there's someone who's used it for painting.
Yeah, so we've got it on an easel here, so
Right.
you can see. So it does position really nicely on an easel. So that, somebody, if you're buying a Christmas present for somebody that's a painter or an artist, so yeah, it fits on an easel really nicely as well.
It's just, and it's quite fine and delicate. It's not a big thing, so it's quite a little.
Yeah, it's not very obtrusive.
But yeah, it's really attractive as well, isn't it?
And so also, you don't have to have it in your sort of eye. People sort of say, oh, is it going to annoy me? Is it going to be in my line of eye? I said, well, you just bend it down.
And also
so
because because of the big clamp, it'd be great if you were cooking. You could just clamp it on the corner of your work surface.
Yeah.
And you'd actually be able to see what you're doing.
Yeah.
And sometimes, it depends. You might have a kitchen that's got loads of lights and it's great, but you might just have those dark, dingy corners.
Yeah.
And that you can never see in properly.
Yeah.
And it's really, really, it's quite nice. I think if you're going to buy something like this, and I think that's the beauty of a lot of your products, is they're very multi-use and multi-purpose.
There's so many different options that you can use things for as well. But I've got actually a friend that's got this clipped onto her frame in the kitchen where she's got her cookbook.
Right,
so she said she always likes to cook in candlelight, and I was like, crikey, can you see what you're doing? She's like, well, I'll use that now on my stand that I keep my
and
recipe
then it's
book
there.
on.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because it will clip on, and it's not a clamp that you've got to screw. It's just like a bulldog clip. It's much better. So the one that we've got on screen is the black one, but we have got the white one as well. There we go. Same price, $65.99. So we've got the white one on our easel at the moment, so you can see that. That's what the white one looks like. It does exactly the same, USB, super bright. You can clamp it. It's got a really nice gooseneck. And the area of light that you get is long.
It's 30 centimetres.
So it's really going to flood an area, isn't it?
It's a nice long length.
I mean, it'd also be good if you were going to be photographing things.
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
to put some intense light on it.
Yeah, if you want to. Yes, it's perfectly for and obviously trying to position it. Because you can position it so well, you can make sure there's no shadows then with your positioning.
Yes, so move it in the right place. Now, if we dim the lights, look how far you can see how much light there is. It looks like you had two lightsabers.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It looks like somebody's crossed over their arms with them.
But it shows you how much light you get from it. So I think it's worth it. If you're going to invest in some lighting, obviously there are lots and lots of different brands out there. But I think these are fantastic prices for the quality that you're getting. They're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah, we like to... We're very particular about the quality of the products. That's why we don't constantly keep bringing new products in. I like to really source and search for the products, and
also the fact that they all do several things as well.
Yeah,
which is great. So have we done them all now, Ben? I think we've
clip on.
Right,
clip on magnifier. We haven't done that little one.
That
one.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
This we haven't done. We've one left. One left. Now this has got this is like your bulldog clip clamp.
Yes,
again.
yes, same type of clamp. And so again, this is rechargeable. This one.
Right. Okay. So it really is very portable. Then.
Yeah. So obviously, charge that up, and then that's good to go for again between 4 to 7 hours, depending on what brightness you have. So you've obviously got a light as well as a magnifier on this one. So to turn it on, you just touch the little button there, and then you've got your light.
Let me show you. You can see when I turn it around, you can see it that way around. So you touch the button and you've got the light. That's fab, isn't it?
And that dims as well if you keep your finger on it.
So that, again, is something very portable. When you need to be able to see something, you just clamp it on. You've got the magnifier, you've got the light. Just $31.99. So if you want something quite small, depends what your use is, but if you just want something small.
Yeah.
So what do people tend to use this one for?
So a lot of people use this for cross-stitching.
Oh, okay.
They put it onto frames. A lot of people that maybe work on a lap tray, they clamp it onto a lap tray as well. A lot of people that need it for reading, they'll clamp it to the book.
Oh, I see, yeah. I mean, it's very light. It really is. It's a very light, you can see. Look, very, very light. And it's got a nice flexible neck, so you can move. Yeah, no, that's a good idea for reading, isn't it?
Yeah. Just especially for people that are just struggling that little bit and need that little bit of extra help.
Just a little bit of extra light. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's like a little swan.
Yeah.
Right, so that one's £31.99. Right, so I'm going to go back through, recap them so that you can see what we've got left in stock. So we'll start with the reverse lamp. Oh, I'm just... Okay, go.
Yeah.
Very limited on this one now. We are just gone into single figures on this one, and we've got loads and loads in baskets. So if you might have been waiting to see what all the other ones were. So there we are, £63.99, available on 3-way split pay if you want to use it interest free. Really useful, as we said before, for extra lighting, bedside light, work light, camping, crafting, taken to workshops. Just as actually quite a nice thing. Makes a lovely table centre candle. How nice is that? That would be nice on your Christmas table, wouldn't it? It's a bit of a talking piece as well.
Yeah.
Then we have the torch, which I think has almost become my favourite. I'm still not sure. We only have 6 of these left, and they are fab, and 12 in baskets. So remember, you just press it gently to turn it on, or tap it actually. And there's your torch, super bright. It's got a rubbery bottom, so that when you put it in rubbery bottom, and it's always good to have a rubbery bottom.
Rubbery bottom.
And then when you want it to be a craft light, a bedside light, a portable light, there it is. And I think it's a lovely gift. When you give it to someone, don't tell them about this bit, because they'll discover that, won't they?
Yeah.
When they open it out. No batteries needed, which makes it much lighter and also less expensive, because quite often when you need those big, I think D batteries, they cost as much as the torch itself. This is rechargeable. It comes with the cable to charge it, and it lasts about 8 hours. So you haven't got to pay the extra. It's beautiful.
And something to just mention about LEDs, because quite often I get asked the question, well, what happens? Do you have to change LEDs when they go? So LEDs are sealed units, so they can't be changed, but they last for 50,000 hours, which...
That's quite a lot,
if you equate that down to usage, if you use it for about 8 hours a day, that's 18 years worth of use.
Right, unlikely, you'll have probably lost it by then.
Or you'll probably want a different style. We'll probably have bought something else out and maybe want another style.
Claire will have bought out a bit better one in 18 years. But 18 years worth of use if you use it 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to be fine with that. It is great. I think that is a brilliant gift. So if you've got somebody where you're thinking, oh, I have no idea, that's the one, that's the one. The Zigzag, which folds up so neat, handbag size.
Yeah.
I think it'd be hilarious to go into a restaurant with this, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And everyone gets out there going, what does it say? What do you want? A chicken danzak? Hang on one moment.
Yes. Let me just get my light out.
Let me just get my light out, everybody. Oh, I think it'd be brilliant. I would buy one specifically for that reason. Look at that. So... you think how often you have to use the light on your phone to light something up, to actually read something.
Yeah.
So many times, but not with this. You can have it at that height. It is also extendable. Turn it on. This one's rechargeable as well.
This one's rechargeable as well. Yep, got the internal battery.
And it's a nice, I'll show you there.
It's got 3 different levels of light, 3 different brightnesses.
3 different levels of brightness.
And this one's just daylight.
Because that's what you'll need for that sort of thing. But a really good, I'm thinking holidays, not only just restaurants, but holidays, because you can easily pack it flat, pop it in your suitcase.
I know a lot of people use it on the plane.
Oh, even okay.
Yeah, so because they're saying not to necessarily have the overhead light on, but if
that's sometimes too much as well.
And you're bothering everybody else.
Yeah, even though it's just on you, you know it's bothering everyone else.
And so having that, then you've got your own independent light, and you can do some stitching. Or...
£54.99, 3-way split pay. Again, brilliant gift. So we've sold a lot of your Christmas present shopping now. Right, the white, we're going to jump over to the white XL.
Right, okay.
Because that's been flying out.
Shall I take it off the easel and then maybe bring that over?
Yes,
Or-
bring
yeah,
these.
let's-
Yeah, take it off the
take
easel.
off.
We've
Take it
only
off the
got
easel.
8 of these left. We haven't seen this since September, and we now only have 8 left. It comes with like a bulldog type clip, so it's really easy. You haven't got to adjust anything. You just open the clip, pop it on. It will fit up to a 6 centimetre, so easily go on a work surface.
Yeah.
We're not going to get these back before Christmas. We have 8 left.
And you've got your on and off, and then to dim it, you just keep your finger on the button, and then that dims right down. And then, as we were saying earlier, it's a brilliant product to put behind the sewing machine.
Yeah, no, it's lovely.
So it'll just like, if you have that behind there, you can see how much that lights up that whole area.
But
behind the
anyone who's
sewing
doing, you know,
machine.
maybe you know somebody who does models, who does woodworking, or does painting, it would be great for that. Because it's so it's easily to move around and it's so flexible.
Yeah.
It's the sort of, any of these lights, I think you give them to people and they'll go, oh, I'm going to do that with it. And you
Yeah.
think, well, I wouldn't have thought of that.
No, yeah, a lot of people tell me that, and I'm like, oh gosh, blimey, yeah.
What a good idea.
way to
Everyone's got
use it.
different things that they'll do with them, but they are beautiful as well. Now look at that. So that beautiful light, if you look at the split pay on that, 21, can we go on to the split pay? There we are, 21.99. So you can get that home today for 21.99, and then you pay the other 2 payments, but it's just a way of you spreading the cost because it's interest free. So we'll send it to you for 21.99. You'll get it before Christmas and you will light up your life.
Yeah, definitely.
Always good, always good. It's also available in black, don't forget that we have got the black ones as well if you prefer that. Entirely up to you. Right, that's great. So we've given you a great choice. If you've got any questions later on, because I know that you've all been watching and thinking, oh, I don't know which one to get, they're all on the website. Of which one? The black one, there are 8 left and we've got 9 in baskets. So, there we go. Now, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, if you scroll down from there, all the products that we've been talking about, including the lights, obviously, are all there. So if you go on today's show deals, you can see them all there. If you then click onto those individually, you'll get more product information and the sizes, etc. If you want, if you're not sure, look, there's all the information. So if you think, oh, which one was it she said? I can't remember now. Can't remember. It's all on there. So we're going to go for a, there is split pay there, but at midnight, that split pay will go. We only do it especially when Claire comes in. So if they're under 99, we always do it for over 99.99, but any of those that we've shown you today that are under 99.99, that split pay is only available till midnight. So if you're thinking, I want to spread the cost on my Christmas gifts, then you need to do it before midnight. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break to give you time to think about that. I will be back in a few minutes' time to go back through Sallieann's book that we launched last week, that we sold out of in half an hour. We have only got 200 copies. We've also got lots of bundles of fabrics and liberties and corks and PU and everything that she uses in the book. But just to warn you, it's already flying out on pre-order. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me this morning, Claire.
Thank you.
And I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, for all of you who missed out on Sallieann Harrison's brand new book, which she launched with us last week and is still exclusive to Sewing Street, because we have a 2-week exclusivity where the only place you can buy a book is on Sewing Street, and we're still in that 2-week window. Well, we have managed to get sadly, only 200 copies. But we don't have that anymore because loads and loads of you have been buying them before we came on air to do this because they were so popular. So many of you missed out. It's a gorgeous book. Sallieann has been working on this for quite some time, and you can see from the book the time that she's put into it. So let's have a little look. So it's called Elevate Your Scrap Sewing Projects, and the whole premise behind it is, well, it says using your fabric stash. 20 plus beautiful techniques to using your, that's what we need, isn't it? We need to use up our stash. Now, just to warn you, when everyone checks out, half of our stock's gone. And that's just based on pre-order. So if we have a look, let me show you. So it starts off at the beginning with tools and tips and tricks and techniques and everything you'll need. So obviously this covers all the things that you will need if you're a beginner, what battings to use, what clips, hand sewing needles, even things like freezer paper, because you think, oh, why do you use that? We've got all the basic sewing techniques about how you do different things. So it's all covered in here. And then when it's necessary, she's put some really nice little walkthroughs in. So things like how to join binding strips on the diagonal, which is really useful, isn't it? How to join the ends of them. Formula for calculating continuous bias from a fabric square. That's quite useful, isn't it? So when you cut, I'm just reading that, sorry, you just bear with me. So you know when you cut a square of fabric and you want to cut the fabric diagonally, how big a square of fabric do you need in order to get it? That's amazing, isn't it? Then you move into the projects. Well, this is the best bit. Gorgeous. Now, when Sallieann came in on Tuesday, she brought them with her as well, so it was lovely. Now, this first one, the basket weave cushion. Now, what she's done, and the way that Sallieann has used them, and particularly because she loves liberty, so all the scraps, you know, even the little ones or the little colours, she's put that with plain fabric. So you can use the plain fabric for the majority, but this is where you can feature and highlight. So like all of the little pieces that go in, they can be different fabrics as well. So you can use a lot of these projects as memory projects. So if you've got little scraps of fabric that remind you of a particular person or occasion, or whether you've just got scraps of fabric that you particularly like, or maybe you collect fabric when you go on holiday, then these projects are brilliant for it. So what Sallieann's used this is plain fabric for the majority of the cushion, and then all the highlights are with your favourite fabrics. But when you go through it, the photographs are very, very clear. They're very comprehensive. There is a lot in there. But she also shows you the finishing technique. So what I quite like about this cushion, it's got this lovely piping that goes around the inside. And she shows you how to do that, even, you know, with close-up photos about how it crosses. So you could use that in other projects as well. So when she says at the beginning, the 20 plus techniques, like these, you've got the projects and you've got these techniques. She even goes into things like if you want to do an envelope back on a cushion, how to create a flanged cushion. Next project, pleated bucket bag. This is gorgeous. She's put these little flashes of liberty in the pleats. And then again, use the less expensive plain fabric for the body of the bag, a little bit of the designer fabric for the cord, and then these little flashes of liberty there. Gorgeous, isn't it? And it's lovely as a gift. I mean, we were talking about it. Wouldn't it be nice if you had bought somebody a gift and you wanted to put it in a nice container? Maybe you want to keep your smellies in it. Maybe you want to keep things like, you know, part of your sewing stash or your EPP project or, you know, just anything that would be giftable. It's a very, very pretty basket. A lot of these projects, you know, well, for us sewers, isn't it? It's not just about the finished item. Clearly the finished item needs to be something we want, but it's about the process as well. It's about enjoying the process, taking the time to make little details that really make it shine. So for example, if you look on these pleats, she's put little pearl beads on the corners of each pleat. So it's those tiny little details. You could put little buttons on. But this is where you can really use up your fabric stash. So that's another one. And she tells you in each of them like new techniques to discover. So in this one, you're going to learn twisted pleats, how to create a drawstring casing, and how to add a loose lining. So you are going to learn all of this. So again, look, we've got all of the photographs. I mean, because Sallieann is such an expert, well, she has been sewing for years and years. She's won so many awards for her quilting. She won them at the Festival of Quilts recently. And she's a good teacher. And I think quite often when you want to write a book and you want to be able to show people how to do things, actually being a teacher, having gone to workshop and classes and known the questions that people ask. Because it's not until you go and meet people that you actually know what they want to know. Because I think as you become become more expert at sewing. You think, well, yeah, I remember that, I know that. But because she teaches regularly, she knows those questions. So she knows which bits need to be in which places. And there's a lot of tips and things. Like the vertical pen lines are placement lines, not sewing lines. You know, and just reading those little tips that are highlighted makes it a lot easier. So you might look at this and think, oh, well, I'm a complete beginner, this is way too difficult for me. But it does start on some quite basic skills and it works up. And before we came on air last Tuesday, I said to Sallieann, so what skill level is this based at? And she said, well, I would say it's like a confident beginner. So somebody who, if you want to make it, you will. I mean, obviously, clearly, if you've done sewing already and you know how to sew in a straight line and you've done it, you'll find it a lot easier. But if you think you can do it, then just give it a go. And how lovely is that? Because we all collect these fabrics, don't we? Lovely little bits and pieces and never quite sure what to do with them. But when this bag in particular would be a lovely gift for somebody if you want to give them, they've got favourite fabrics or favourite memories and you put a little memory in each pleat. There we go. See, even things like you can see this project, we're still going, attaching the bag to the base in detail, how to make the drawstring closure, fitting the drawstring casing to the bag. And then nice close-up photos as well. And that's really useful, isn't it? Because it's when you see that, you go, oh, okay, so there's 3 lines of top stitching over there. Well, that's where the beads go. And it's that detail that only someone who's an expert at stitching and a teacher as well knows. Summer cushion. Love this one. So this is a bit like, you know, your cathedral window where you sort of fold it open. It's that sort of theory. But what does Sally say? This is a technique that looks like it's just stepped out of the Tudor era. Think sleeves, but it is a bit like that, isn't it? You know, when you think of those Tudor sleeves where they have like little flashes of colour. So you could, in each of these windows, put a different piece of fabric. So again, wouldn't this be a lovely memory? Maybe you've got clothing of a loved one or someone that you want to remember, and you just want a little piece of the fabric behind each window. So for the majority of the fabric, you're using plain fabric. So this is fabric that you've either got or you could buy specifically for the project. But it's all these little flashes of fabric where you use your stasher, where you use your designer fabric. I mean, this, you know, I'm only not even a quarter of the way through the book. So $16.99 for this, and you get all of that. Right, we have so many of you who've got them in baskets. So many of you, and I'm just concerned that are going to sell out again. If it's in your basket, you need to check out. So we'll give you a minute break, and then I'll let you check out, just for a minute. Okay. But we have put together lots of bundles for you as well, which is brilliant because, Sallieann uses a lot of liberty in hers. You can use whatever fabric you want. But if you want to put Liberty fabric in it, we have put together some bundles for you so that you can use them. They're not specific to any of the projects. They're just some bundles of fabric that we've put together if you want to use them. Should we have a look at a couple of them while you're having your minute break? Oh, this one's nice. So these are some, we've got different ones. We've got ones that have got plain fabric in. This one, I presume, is the fat quarter bundle. Have you got that one? Or is it fat eights? Yeah, that's this one. Yeah. Let's have a look at that. Look, this is lovely. So you remember we were talking about the scraps. These are all fat eights. Got 5 fat eights, 5 pieces, £11.24. It's good, isn't it? So a fat eighth is half a metre of fabric cut in half. That's a fat quarter. And then a fat eighth is that fat quarter cut in half again. A fat eighth can be cut either way. It can be cut this way, so it's a long thin strip, which is how we've done it, or it can be cut the other way, so it's a narrow long strip. But this is ours, so it's probably 9 by 20 inches. So you get one of those. It's beautiful. And another one. Now this will actually, although it's a fat eighth, you get quite a lot of fabric. When you look at a project like this one, where you're just using the little scraps, You're getting a lot of fabric for that, aren't you? And it's Liberty, because obviously, well, this is Sallieann's favourite. She uses Liberty all the time, so that's why we put together these bundles. And then this one. These are all in shades of blue, so there is a Colin theme. That's really pretty, isn't it? So you can see a project coming together now. And it doesn't, you don't even need any inspiration because it's all in the book. Just $11.24 for 5 pieces of Liberty. So 1, 2, 3, 4, then we put the final one in. That's gorgeous. Now, this is quilting weight cotton. I know we often think of Liberty as Tana lawn, but this is quilting weight cotton, which is made specifically for your patchwork and quilting. But you think even if you were going to cut this into small, say, 2-inch squares and make a small patchwork with it, you've got a lot of fabric there. There we go. 5 fat 8s for just $11.24. It's just delicious, isn't it? From Arthur's Garden. I mean, I think that's really good, £11.24. And when you look at when you're using little pieces, you will get a lot from this. But I could see this, cut this up into squares and just make a very simple patchwork cushion. It's fresh, it's clean, it oozes quality and tradition. Just $11.24. There we go. I will leave that one. Actually, should we do I've got one other little bundle. This one, can we do this one? Because this one is gorgeous. And then we'll go back to the book. It's, I don't even know what it's called. It's Fat Quarters. Yep. Yes. Does it look like that? This is really nice. They're sort of red and flowery. Look at that. I love that red. It's so bright and pretty with those little squibs. Now, look at that. £22.48. We're getting 5 fat quarters. You're saving £1.50. So this is obviously all fat quarters. Are we on the right one, Ben? Okay. Oh, Ben's just checked the price and actually they lowered it at some point. Well, can we match that? Yeah, because that wouldn't be fair, would it? I really like this one. So I think we should lower that. So it was £22.48. Get the lower price. £17.98? That's not save £1.50, is it? £17.98. That is gorgeous. I love that. It's just one of them, by the way. I like this one. This really is, it's very summery, isn't it? It's very, very typical Liberty. You'd know immediately this was. There we go. It's sold out. Well, it was quick. Well, I'm not surprised. Oh, well, sold out. We do actually have that collection in this one in half-metre bundles. Yeah, let's do that because I didn't get to show you them all. So we do have the same thing, but this is half metres instead. Even better because you get more. So mega bundle, 2.5 metres, saving £3. It's not bad. So look, I can open my red one now, but this one is half a metre. So what you're getting with this one, whole half a metre, 112 centimetres, 44-inch width, and then half a metre. That's a lot of fabric. Now, when you get yours home and you see you've got the selvage, cut that off. But cut it about 1/4 inch inside so you've got a bit of space. Then what you can do is whatever you make, cut out the little Liberty label and stitch that on. Or you could even do it, if you're a dressmaker, put the Liberty label inside the back of the collar. Because that's really nice, isn't it? You could even put the made in Italy. But I always, before I sew, I always trim my selvages off for 2 reasons. One, I want to keep them and I make things with them. You can join them all together and make bigger pieces of fabric. And 2, the fabric that's nearer the selvage can often be, not always, but sometimes a little bit pulled in, a little bit tighter. So I always cut it at least 1/4 inch inside, maybe 1/2 inch. It eases the fabric that's here because obviously this is what's attached to the printing press or the loom when it's woven. So it's tighter. And so it just, sometimes you'll find with some fabric, it just releases it, but also then keep all the labels, particularly the Liberty one. Anyway, And I keep all of mine, but you can see there'll be little holes in it where it's pinned to the loom. And with some fabrics and some selvages, it really is pulled in, so you need to cut it off to release it. This one is nice. Hedgerow bloom. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Lovely. And this is their quilting weight cotton. It's called Lazenby cotton, which has actually been developed for Liberty. And Lazenby, and it's all printed in Lake Como, like where George Clooney lives. That's what it says mainly, yeah. Lake Como. George Clooney, he doesn't only live there, but he has a house there because I stayed in his next village. I stayed in Lake Como once in the next village, and I was hoping to see him for the whole holiday, but I didn't. I don't know why, can't imagine. I was almost stalking George Clooney because I could see where the gates to his house were. But that's where it is printed, is in Lake Como. And Lazenby cotton is the quilting weight cotton that's been specially developed by Liberty. They've created the cotton in a certain way that it accepts the dyes better, which is why when you get the Liberty quilting weight cotton, the colours are very vibrant and very clear and very accurate because the cotton has been made in a specific way that it takes the dyes better. I can't tell you. Oh, Ben's found a picture of George Clooney's house at Lake Como now. Go on, show us. Can we see? Let's have a look. Can you imagine living on Lake Como? Have you been there? I bet it's really, really expensive. But I did drive past it. Oh, what? Yeah, that's it. Look at that. So that, I'm not saying that that's exactly that the fabric is printed in his house, but there's Lake Como and that's George Clooney's house. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Nothing to do with sewing that, but I thought you'd like to see the picture. This is another one from this collection. So we've now got 3.5 meters. Oh, this is super pretty. There's another one. Beautiful. I mean, this, can you imagine? 41.95. How many projects? You could probably make all the, because they use tiny bits of fabric in Sallieann's book, you could probably make all the projects in the book and more with this. And then we've got a very small, low volume ditzy print to finish with that goes with all of them. There we go. This is Liberty. This is Lazenby cotton. This is made in Lake Como. And each one, I mean, they work together beautifully as a set. But, you know, you just take one of them out. I mean, that's beautiful. You know, if you think, well, I just want to make somebody a little makeup bag, you make it from that, it suddenly looks extremely expensive. It's designer, it's beautiful, it's got heritage and tradition. Gorgeous, just £41.95. So you're saving £3, 2.5 meters. Perfect. Right, I'll put that to one side for now. We'll get back to the book now. Right, so the summer cushion. So now when you look at these little pieces, you can see what you can make with those bundles. So again, this is the technique involved in this is a really lovely, mindful technique. I think a lot of this book is very much like that. That you spend time, you get it right, you enjoy the process. So with this one, you're going to learn fabric weaving, bias fabric manipulation, and quilt as you go. So look at this. When you look at this, you can see what you do to make this is you join together little rectangles of different fabrics. So again, this is where you can showcase your little scraps or memory. What a nice memory cushion if you had a collection of shirts. You'd only need tiny little pieces, wouldn't you? Once you've joined them all together, you then have a piece of fabric that looks like this, and then this is where you then start to create the little windows. So look, tiny little windows. Sallieann also shows you how to do the piping and add that round because it has this lovely piping around the edge. Hi, I've managed to get my book and the Heirloom 2 collection. What plain colour would you put with it, Valerie? Which was the Heirloom 2? This one. What plain colour would I put with that? Well, do you know what? Calico. Calico would look amazing with it. Let's have a look. I've got some calico here. I think, And actually, if you look at what Sallieann does, she uses loads of calico. She either uses like natural linens or calico. But isn't that, and the reason I'm saying that is because these are very traditional prints. They're quite a mixture of colours. You could put a blue with them because there is a little bit of blue in each of them. But when you put something as plain as this, and because if you think of calico as like a utility fabric with a little natural seeds in them, it works beautifully. And the other reason I'd use it is only £2.99 for half a metre. So it is cut to order as well. And you get more for your money because it's wider than normal. See, it's not your 44-inch width. I think it's 60-inch. I think it's 150 centimetres. I'm pretty sure it is. So you get even more for your money. 60 inches. So quite often, actually I used this in a quilt that I did recently, in the Falling Leaves quilt. And the reason I used it was because you got so much more that when we created the finished quilt kits, we didn't need to put as much fabric in it, because you get more for your money. So I would say, if you're not sure, use your calico, because it does go beautifully with it. I mean, you could use a plain white. To go with all of them, a blue, because they all have got that blue in them. What's that blue called, Ben? Yes. No, in our fabric. Is it Copen? I think it might be Copen. I think so. I'll have a look. I've got my colour chart in my bag. I'll have a look later for you. In my rucksack on the floor, in there is my laptop bag, and in there is the colour chart. Somebody messaged me the other day and asked what colour they should do, so I just took a picture of the fabric with the colour chart and sent it to them. Thought, well, then you can choose. Ben's going to find me my colour chart, and then we'll know. But I would say calico. Right. So then the way that this is made is we go through the quilt as you go method. Hey, did you find, was it exactly where I said?
It was. I like how I jingle when I run.
Yeah, that's amazing. It was exactly. You know how often then you think, is it really there? Right, let's get the colour chart out. I love the colour chart. It's one of my favourite things. So what colour would we put with this? You see, yeah, no, I think I might be right. I think it was Copen. Should we go Copen with that one? I think Copen with it. Well, let's put it against this blue. Yeah, that's a good colour. Or Cadet Blue. Actually, maybe Cadet Blue. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with, Cadet Blue. Well, I'll get Ben to put the code on screen for you in a moment. Could you put Cadet Blue in by the half metre? That goes really nicely. Mustn't lose that. Be annoyed if I lose my shade card. Right. So then she does quilt as you go, which makes it so much more manageable, doesn't it? You just put the whole thing and you quilt it together all at the same time. So you're learning another skill there. And this is a lovely little technique. On the back of this cushion, it's got a zip that goes to the centre, but it's got that little lap of a bit of liberty. And she shows you how to do that. So it's called a lapped zipper, but it's a really nice little touch. Obviously, if you want to, you can do an envelope back if you want, which is on the one of the other projects. But a nice little technique that you can learn here and then use in other projects. Then we move on to the woven cork pouch. I love this because I love cork. When I asked Sallieann why she used this, she says she likes to use fabrics for a lot of these weaving techniques that don't fray. So cork, PVC, all work really well with it. Oh, can we have the cadet fabric? There we go. Because it does go with all of those blues. There we go, £3.79 for half a metre. Now, if you want more than that, it's because it's cut by the half metre, it will be sent to you as a continuous length. So anyone who wants some blue fabric that goes beautifully with that collection, cadet blue. There we go. Thank you very much, Ben. Right, the woven cork pouch. I'm going to show you. You use cork fabric and then just a little bit of Liberty woven through. But isn't that lovely? I love the zip across the top. And because it's using the Liberty is turned into bias strips, so that's folded under. And then obviously you can cut the cork because it doesn't fray. And then she shows you exactly how to create this woven strip. Once you've learned that technique, you can make more things with it. But isn't it beautiful? And it's so interesting, so unusual. Now, we do, funnily enough, as if by magic, have cork fabric. Bit of cork. Now, I've got two. I'm going to go for the silver first. So if you look at this cork fabric, I mean, this is the price of this, I think, is amazing. It's wider. I think this is 100. Yeah, that's a 60-inch width, isn't it? I know, it's £9.49 for half a metre. It's, it's 60 inches, isn't it? I think so. Right, but let me show you. This is so pretty. It's called silver, but it's 140 centimetres. So nearly 60 inches, 55. But it's not like glitzy. It's what it is that where you've got like, because these are slithers of cork that are bonded onto the smooth backing, is that where the sort of joins in the slithers are, you've just got a little bit of silver. So it almost looks like cobwebs in the frost. You know, when you just get that little trail, it's not like glittery. So this is absolutely perfect. Now, if you wanted to make a cork purse, you would need 30 by 20 well, 3 pieces, 12 by 8, so 3 lots of 30 by 20. So more than enough here. Isn't that pretty? And look how on the selvage for this, you've got the silver lay. I'd cut that off and use that for the front of something. That's lovely, isn't it? Use that little, you can have that going up the line. So this is real proper cork, but it's bonded to this backing fabric, but it's also got quite a nice weight. It's very nice for bag bases, actually. So you know when you have a fabric bag and maybe you have a bit of fabric that goes on the bottom edge and as a box bottom that goes underneath, cork works really well for that. Beautiful. So very lovely to use for this technique, but really nice for other things as well. I've always wondered what it would do if you would look like if you made a skirt in it. I think it'd be quite cool, you know, well, like an A-line skirt or a little waistcoat. It'd be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, if you had to go to a fancy dress party, you could go as a wine bottle, couldn't you? Say, look at me, I'm cork. Now, we have the same fabric, but this one is gold this time. So, now look at the selvage on that one. Let's do some selvage love. Look, that's a really wide selvage, isn't it? But you see, use that. You've got a nice little gold edge in. Look at that. So can you, I don't know whether you can see it. You can see a bucket hat. How cool would that be? Bucket hat, but bind the edge of the brim in Liberty. I think it would just be gorgeous. So it's not really super gold, is it? It's just got that little shimmer, if I do that. £9.49 for half a metre, and it's 140 centimetres wide, which is 55 inches. It's so cool, isn't it? So there we go. If you want cork, we've got cork. Right, let's go through, carry on. Right, how are we doing for stock, Ben? Right, we now have more people who've got this book in baskets than we've actually got. So if you want it, you need to check out. Okay. Rope baskets. Now, Sallieann did a demonstration of how to make these. So if you do want to see a little bit of info about how to make them, I have to put my hand on there. Because there is a QR code in the book that I'm hiding that sends you through to a video tutorial of exactly how to make them. She did a small video tutorial on how to shape them on air on Tuesday. So that was last week, and it was Tuesday, whatever date that was. 5th? 6th? It's Monday today. 5th of December is when she did it. So the rope baskets are fab. You use a special cotton cord and then you wrap strips of fabric, which can be Liberty, they can be other, whatever you like. They can be all the same colour, they can be different prints and colours, they can be rainbow, graduated. You wrap this round the cord and then you sew the cord together using a zigzag, look like just like this on your machine. She's done it here without the fabric, just so you can see what it looks like. And the zigzag, so the needle goes into the cord on one side and over and onto the cord on the other side, and that holds it together. Once your basket is got the base that you want, the diameter, you then angle the basket just like this as you're making it, and that's what creates the whole basket. Absolutely beautiful. Isn't that gorgeous? That's another one. Doesn't use much fabric again. Now, this is what I mean about the calico. See? Doesn't that work really well? So, Liberty and calico, that does look lovely with the cadet blue, but that's what I was saying earlier. Liberty and calico work beautifully. So, we've got the calico, $2.99 for half a metre. And remember, 150 centimetre, 60-inch width. Cut off the bolts, so if you want 10 metres, put 20 units in your basket, we'll send you 10 metres. You know, if you've bought anything today already, you've done your P&P, get yourself some calico, always, always useful, because it's only an extra $2.99 and it's so useful. So when you look at this, if you've got the book, so for this you need a metre. So you'd need a metre of the calico, well she's used a linen, so £6. And then you could use a different, each one of these little pleats has a different fabric. So use your Liberties, use your Cave, use your designer fabrics, use your little piece of, use things that, you know, from clothes that you have loved or clothes that you have made. You could have one piece from every dress you've made or that you've made for somebody else, or one for every little baby grow, your favourite ones. And I think that's quite nice. This is why this book is brilliant. It's elevate your scraps, isn't it? It's not only using up your scraps, it's using them in a way that showcases them, that shows your memories. And you can either make it like this, where you just love it because you love the Liberty, or to remind you of projects that you've made, where you've only got a little piece left. So in this, you're going to learn twisted pleats, quilt as you go, and how to make an envelope back. There we go. So, and the technique is shown really well. Now, these are selling fast. We have only got a few left. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. Otherwise, it's going to be just like Tuesday all over again. And then that will be sad. See, now look on this one, making an envelope back. So with this one, if you want to do an envelope, just a simple envelope back like that, you could. Or if you think, actually, I would like to do that nice lap zip, you can do that. So these techniques are very mix and match across the book. Gorgeous. This is the Sallieann flower quilt. Now, it's called that because Sallieann has a Liberty fabric named after her, obviously, and she's used her Sallieann Liberty fabric. You can actually still buy it, and she's made this beautiful quilt from it. It looks gorgeous, doesn't it? It's actually a lot simpler than it looks as well. When she was explaining it to me and how it worked, it's really a really nice quilt to make. And doesn't it look beautiful in the Liberty? And look, it's using the curved piecing. But she shows you really step by step. So if it's something you've not tried, you think, oh, I'm not sure about curved piecing. The templates are in here. And then you just go through it bit by bit until you've made the whole thing. Japanese origami cushion. So again, this pulls in Sallieann's love of the using small pieces of fabric and these folded fabric techniques. But because she likes working with fabric that doesn't fray, because it works better for these, this one she's used a wool fabric, like a wool felt or a felted wool. And then this is a Liberty fabric that's inside it. It's a beautiful round cushion with bound edges as well. And look, she shows you exactly how to do it, how to get that perfect circle. And then how to put a zip in the back, how to put the gusset on the cushion, how to do the piped edges. But you can see, you know, she's going through it in such detail. So you can use this technique, even if you didn't want to do the embroidery and the patchwork on the front, you could just use this technique to make a round cushion. The next one, the heartstrings pouch. So again, this is part of Sallieann's love of working with fabrics that don't fray and mixed media, of using different fabrics with cotton fabric. So with this one, she's used a PVC. So it's just a glass clear supple PVC fabric, which she has then appliqued little hearts onto. So it's a zip pouch. Well, you can't see from here, but this is clear. So that stripy fabric that's behind, so that you can put items in here. So whether you were going to use it as a little wash bag, or you were going to use it as a purse to keep things that you can see, or maybe use it to keep a little sewing project or something. But you can easily, and she explains how to work with this. So she says this is a handy sized project pouch that's perfect for carrying your bits and pieces on holiday or to class. The front of the case features fabric applique hearts that have been appliqued to clear PVC. Behind the hearts, the striped fabric creates the strings. It's a niche technique, but she walks you through it step by step. So, if you want the PVC, we have it. Now, for this bag, you will need a fat quarter, there we go, of PVC. We got more than that here. This is great. I love working with PVC because when you get it like this, it's all folded and you think, well, how am I going to do that? All you have to do is put your iron on low. Do not put your iron straight on here. Put a pressing cloth on top or make yourself an iron cosy and press it. And it goes sort of warm and then all the creases disappear. And it's brilliant for, well, for making a project like this where you want it to be clear. Or maybe you're making one of those hanging toilet bags and you want one clear pocket. Or, you know, like those handbags that are really in at the moment. Well, you know, when you get those handbags that are clear and they're dead cool. But what you do is you then make removable linings from different fabrics. So you make like... so you have them, you can join them on just with snappers, like poppers around the top. But you have to make sure that the right side of the fabric's on the outside. So you go, oh, well, today I'm feeling orange. So you pop your orange lining in, or your flowery one, and then you carry your bag. Really trendy. Or lovely for wash bags, so you can actually see what you've got. Easy to sew with. You can use a normal needle. I wonder what Sallieann recommends. I would go with either a Microtex needle or use a leather needle, because obviously once you've sewn through it, that's it, those holes will not go. Use fabric clips instead of pins, because you need to be able to get through it. I find it a lot easier to cut it using a rotary cutter and a ruler, because you can really hold it flat. So when you've got to cut like a 6-inch square or something, you can actually hold it flat. It's just quite a nice addition. And if you need a rotary cutter, if you weren't with me at 8, we had them on an early bird this morning. Amazing price. Can we get those up, Ben? Amazing price. We've got the Fiskers rotary cutter, which I would say you can cut. You will cut with scissors. It's not like that super thick, but if you want to cut it accurately, it's much better. Thank you very much.
Oh, did you get a static?
Yeah, I did. That was the electricity.
I'm really static lately.
Are you? Smack you. It's like earthing. No, maybe you just need to stamp your feet and earth yourself. Anyway, this is our special early bird. It should be, was it $24.99? Yeah, but we had it as an early bird. It's a really nice rotary cutter. So if you've bought this and you haven't done rotary cutting before, you haven't got one, but we have reduced it today to $12.99. $12.99 for the rotary cutter. It's really ergonomic. It's got a lovely rubbery type handle. You push it open to use it. Just press the button and it quickly releases. So it's very, very safe as well. It's Fiskers, so you know it's great quality. And I like the little finger guard as well. So you're definitely not going to cut Also quite useful to hang up somewhere. Just £12.99. So if you're getting something like the cork or the PVC in particular, use a ruler. And then if you put your ruler on top, you can hold it nicely. So maybe you're just making like a shoulder bag or an overnight bag with a little pocket on it. Even, I would say, like an internal pocket. And you want to be able to see, well, where did I put that? Where's my purse? It's on the inside and I can't remember. Make a little pocket with that. Really simple to do because obviously it doesn't fray. You can do things like get your Liberty, make bias binding and sew it round the edge and then just sew that on. You could just then make a little slip pocket that way. Anyway, I'll leave that with you. Remember, it is sold by the ½ metre. So if you want loads of it, if you're going to make yourself a clear dress, I'd go with a lining though. I like that. I must make one of those bags where you have interchangeable linings. It'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? Right, so that is the heart pouch. And she explains as well all about things like putting the zip in as well. I quite like this because the zip goes all the way to the edges, so you don't have to do anything fancy on there. And then she's got the template of how to do that. But it feels, even if you haven't done anything like this before, it sort of feels achievable because the photos are done step by step, so you can really see how it works. Love this quilt. Wish I'd discovered this a bit further away from Christmas. Maybe next Christmas. This is a mini quilt, so it's not massive, but wouldn't it be great to make us a whole big quilt to hang up? I mean, it's great for hanging up for Christmas, but I would love to have it on my bed at Christmas. Again, these are only little presents, so you can use your favourite. Pop your little William Morris's in here. Would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, obviously Sallieann's used Liberty, but small pieces of fabric. And then the way that this is, Sallieann has used like a metallic silver fabric and gold to do the presents and the bows, but it's so cute. And again, well, you could use a calico for the background. She's actually used a Liberty Wiltshire Shadows, which looks lovely, doesn't it? But it's such a little thing. But isn't that a nice thing that you could make it into a cushion to have something that you put up? Less than 50 books left. And 83 in baskets. Also, wouldn't this make a nice little birthday gift or a special occasion because they're presents, whatever fabric you use for the presents. So maybe someone's got like their Ruby wedding anniversary, you think I've no idea what to buy them, it's next April, don't know. You could make them a little cushion, little wall hanging mini quilt, but with fabric that suits the occasion. And then you could also then use ribbon that suits it. So it doesn't have to be Christmas, it can be any presents. She teaches you how to do faux trapunto. Trapunto is where you stuff it, so it looks thicker and more waddier and more padded than it would do. The traditional trapunto is worked using a special trapunto wool that you thread in behind, but obviously it's a little bit more time consuming, so Sallieann shows you the faux trapunto. So look, this is how you make the little box, the little presents. And then when you actually quilt the boxes, you put a little bit of wadding behind so that the presents really come out. And then you make the whole quilt. So you could actually, once you've made the project, there's a lot of room to manoeuvre to expand it, make the presents bigger, so you could make the same number of presents, make them a lot bigger, got a bigger quilt. And then that's it. That is the whole book. But that is fabulous. You know, as you go through the ideas, the inspiration, you're going to learn over 20 techniques. You've got 10 projects. There's a lot of interchangeable mix and match. You can learn how to do different sorts of cushion backs even. But you know your fabric stash. You know what you've got and what you'd like to highlight. Difficult to know what my favourite is. Do love the bowls. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Once you had them, here's where those beautiful. And I said to her, because what you do is you wrap the fabric round the rope. And I said, well, how do you stop it fraying? And she said, well, what you do afterwards is you get a beard trimmer, or we have, you know, the fabric, the stitch removers, yeah, and you shave it. You give it a shave afterwards, because once you've sewn them all in, any little loose threads, you give it a little shave afterwards, and they all go. Gorgeous. Right, we've got some Liberty bundles now to inspire you. Let's go blue. So you know the Wiltshire Shadows I was telling you about? That's in this one. So this is your blue bundle. So we'll start with a print. This is Collector's Home Lincoln Fields in lovely shades. This is the grey. This is called grey, so it's bluey greys. Save £3. You've got 2.5 metres, half a metre of each of the fabrics, just £34.95. So you've got this beautiful pinky bluey grey. Then we've got a lovely snowdrop print. I love the Liberty snowdrop. I think it's gorgeous. It's all monochrome, but if you look at it, you can see it really does look like, you know, when you get those little clumps of snowdrops underneath trees and then a little spotty background. And that's a beautiful sort of bluey grey. Then you've got these small, again, monochrome. So you've got like a denim-y blue background and slightly lighter blue, ditzy flowers all over. Then we've got Wiltshire Shadows. Now, Wiltshire Shadows is Liberty's collection of plain fabrics. But obviously it's Liberty, can't be plain. It has to have a print all over it. So it looks like almost like cranberries and berries and little furs. But in their Wiltshire Shadows, which is the name of this print, they have loads and loads of different colours. But the little prints that are just behind work so well. And also, finally, we've popped half a metre of plain white fabric in there. So just think, you could use this for any of the projects in the book, couldn't you? But wouldn't that cushion look beautiful in these? How gorgeous would that look? All of them. How about this and some cork? Make loads of those gorgeous. So that's the blue, the grey one. We've also got one that's blue. So in the blue one, we have pretty little stripe. This is called white. Buds and spring buds and white. Okay. Yeah, sort of springy. Anyway, it's blue. Pretty little stripe. Remember, these are all half metres. You get 5 of them in total, so 2.5 metres, saving £2. And then you get this really pretty little sprig. So we have put these bundles together specifically because we know they go, and we also know that they're going to go with the projects. If you want a little bit of extra liberty, you don't have to use them with the book, but we've put them together because we know that they work together, so you don't have to think about it. Then we've got the Wiltshire Shadows in that lovely pale blue. And then we also have it in the sort of deeper, almost like indigo blue. And then we've popped in a half a metre of white because it works with them. It's very clean and very crisp. I love blue and white, as you can tell from the quilt behind me. But isn't that beautiful? So many things you can make with that. Save £2 as well. Right, so that's the white bundle. Then the next bundle, now this one, I do like this one. This is the green and yellow one. So, in this bundle, this is, I'll put that, do that at the end so you can see how it works. I love these prints. These are gorgeous. So this is the Emily Bell collection, where what you've got with the Emily Bell is you've got a plain background and then all the print on top is in a white with all the detail in the same colour as the background. So you've got half a metre of this one, which is in this gorgeous, like, citrine colour. That's absolutely stunning, isn't it? And then we've got the same Emily Bell in green. Look how lovely that works together. Gorgeous. Then we've got the same one in lemon. So a pale yellow. I'm going to open them out because you can see them better. That's so pretty. That makes you think of spring and crocuses and the colour of the leaves when they all come out in bud. It's very pretty. So if you want thinking I'm going to buy some fabrics to cheer me up in these dim, dark days. And then we've got a lovely, that little green all over print, August Meadow. And then we've popped a natural seeded with it. Because that, I mean, white would go, but there is something really lovely about putting your natural seeded, your calicos, with these clear Liberty prints. They work very well together. Just $34.95. Right, and then the final one is the pink. It's lovely, isn't it? Love the pinks. I think actually with the Wilt shadows, I think I like it in the pink best. Then we've got little flowers. Oh, let me turn that one round. Little flowers. I think they might be tulips. What's it called? It's called Oshibana. That doesn't tell me whether it's tulips or not, but it could be tulips. Then we've got a little a ditzy print. This is called Little Buds. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? It's almost like a smaller version of that. And then we've got this lovely, what was it called? August Meadow, which is a lovely, like, vintage rose pink with little floral over it. Then we've got Wiltshire Shadows, oh, in a very vibrant pink. Look at the colour of that. Isn't that gorgeous? But it picks up the pink, the neon pink that's in here. Beautiful. And then we've popped half a metre of white in, because why not? So there we go. $34.95, the Liberty Pink Little Buds and White Fabric Bundle. Save £2. We've got one more. We've got one more. This is 3. Have you got that one? Look at this one. So this is Fat Quarters. This feels very vintage Liberty. Really does. I feel, well, Liberty constantly bring back fabrics from old collections. I don't know whether it is or not, but it feels very vintage Liberty. It's just beautiful. I want to make a pinny. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? And then this one, I love this one. Look, it's like a basket weave, but it's got like the little lines and creases on it. That goes together beautifully with that. And then we've popped in a plain blue as well, because that is like the perfect match for the blue flowers. So just $10.38, Liberty Woodland, which is this collection, and the blue, 3 pieces, they go together beautifully. I absolutely love that. If you wanted to make yourself a little messenger bag, or a little shoulder bag that you're going to use to to go shopping, or you want to make it as a present for somebody, absolutely ideal. Isn't that gorgeous? Just $10.38. There we go. Right, well done to everyone who's got the book. We have a handful left. Just checking. Loads and loads if you've got it in baskets. Right, we have a handful left of them. If you want to get it, you need to get it checked out. We managed to get another 200 this morning. We have just a handful left. If you want it, you need to get checked. I mean, $16.99 for 20 plus techniques and 10 projects. Can't go wrong. Fantastic book. Anyway, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little break. And then I'm going to show you how to make the Carpenter Star and then how to make the Carpenter Constellation quick. It's amazing price, under £100 for a king-size bed quilt with designer Lynette Anderson fabric. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So in this hour, I'm going to talk to you about the Carpenter style quilt, which we've just got Levi to hang up. Now, unfortunately, you can't see the whole thing because it's quite big. I couldn't work out the best way whether we showed you the top of it, the bottom of it, and the middle of it. So we've got the middle of it. It's 84 inches. I'm just going to double check. I've been saying all morning it's 84 inches square. I should know that since I actually designed it. It is 84. I was right. 84 inches square. So what I've decided to do with this is that I love the Carpenter star block because I love the way it gives that kind of fabric 3D illusion. By using, oh, you can see it there. Now you can see, oh, look, when you look at... That's so tall, isn't it? I look ridiculously small now. I know. Anyway, so you use the light fabric and the dark fabric, and it's that combination that gives the 3D look. And then you create the one Carpenter star block. So what I've done is I've used in the instructions booklet, so you can buy just the instructions on their own. I've explained how to make a Carpenter star block. You can make a large one like this, or you can make a small one that I've used to make the matching bag. There we go. So you can see with this, you've got the dark fabric, you've got the light fabric. It gives you that 3D look. And then I've used a pale blue. So that's a small block. So the instructions show you how to make the block. And then when you join the blocks together, I've joined 9 in this to make the quilt, which is brilliant because the practice that you get, you make some half square triangles, you make the block, and then you just repeat that till you've made 9 blocks. But rather than joining with just sashing strips, I always like it if you can join them with another block, but I've done it in quite a clever way where when you join them all together, the block is created by the joining and putting the triangles in. So you've got the shoe fly blocks between them. So it's a fairly simple quilt to make, but it looks really impressive because of the fabric and because of that kind of 3D look. So I was given all the Lynette Anderson Something Borrowed, Something Blue collection to make them, and I love blue and white, absolutely love it. With this one though, I've decided because the beauty of the Lynette Anderson fabric, it's got a kind of vintagey quality. It's beautiful shades of the blues. Let me just show you in this kit. So you can see, it's got this lovely vintage quality to it. This is actually what you get in the quilt kit. So I've used natural seeded cotton with it, and that's what you'll see in the quilt behind me. Because the natural seeded look of it is what I think, I mean, it could have used a white, could have used a cream, and I tried all the different ones, but I think the natural seed keeps that really vintage blue and, well, not blue and white, but blue and cream look. So there are different ways of doing this. So this is how you create how to create the quilt. Now, what we've done is we've put together some kits for you. So you can so this on screen at the moment is for the quilt, which I'm really pleased we took a bit of money off, to be fair, because I really wanted to get it down to under £100. So it's an 84-inch square quilt, so it will fit a king-size bed, and you've got enough fabric here to make the quilt top and the binding. You'll obviously need to buy backing and wadding. Now, if you look at the code there, if you go onto the website, I have listed on there the sizes of the backing and the wadding you'll need, just in case you need to get those. So there we go. That's all listed on there. That will tell you what fabric you need for the backing and the wadding. Anyway, so in the kit, you get all of this fabric, and it's brilliant because I managed to choose, because they gave me the whole collection to choose from. I've put them together in pairs. So you get all of these, you get all the half meters, and then you get fat quarters. So I love the butterfly fabric. So you get 1/2 meter of the dark the navy butterfly, and a 1/2 metre of the light, and that's one block. So I've paired those together. That makes 2 blocks. Then I've put together the floral print. So you get 1/2 metre of the darker floral, 1/2 metre of the lighter floral. Then you get the checked prints. There's loads of fabric in this kit. That's why I'm really pleased we got to this price. 1/2 metre of the darker check, 1/2 metre of the lighter check. And then you get 1/2 metre of this spotty one in the dark, 1/2 metre of the lighter one. And then to finish it off, because each set of these will make 2 blocks, because there's 9 blocks, you need 2 fat quarters. So it's all been cut to size. We haven't given you fabric that you don't need. This lovely print one that says love, laughter, birds, kisses, dogs, family. You get fat quarters of each of these. This is the fabric that is used in the centre block of the quilt. Then you get, I think it's 4.5 metres of the natural seeded. So this is Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, but it works beautifully with this. Now there's enough fabric to make all the blocks, and if you look at the quilt itself, what I've done is the fabric that I had left over, I've joined together to make a scrappy binding that goes all the way around the edge of the quilt. And that goes all the way around. It is such a big quilt, isn't it? But because you're making 1 block at a time, what's quite nice is you can just work on that 1 block. So I made 1 block and then another, and then eventually I decided to make them in pairs. But this is the print, this lovely, the one with all the text on, that you get in the centre of it. So that's the kit. $99.99, you've got designer Lynette Anderson fabric, you've got the beautiful natural seeded, the full instructions. Now in the instructions booklet, because I wanted it to cover everything and tell you how to do everything, so it was really good value, I'll just show you the instructions booklet. So it shows you how to make the Carpenter style block. So this is the very basic method. It's got diagrams where it needs, it's got pictures, lots and lots of walkthrough photos. And then it tells you next how to make the Carpenter's tote. I'll show you the kit for that in a minute. That's using the smaller Carpenter's star. And then it shows you how to make the Carpenter's constellation quilt, which is the quilt behind me, with all of the pictures, all of the cutting out, all of the diagrams. I've even put the finished quilt diagram in. And also, just for the tote, when I cut fabric, if you've got to cut several pieces from one piece, I've put a little cutting guide in there. But you've also got, I have filmed a full video tutorial of the whole thing. So I've shown, and there's a QR code inside that you can scan to get to it. It's on the Amber Makes website. It'll be there today. So I show you how to make the block, how to make the tote, how to make the quilt. So you've got everything that you need in there. So that comes in the kit as well. So if you buy the kit to make the full quilt, you'll get the instructions for the quilt, but also you'll get the tote instructions as well, because all in there. So that's the quilt kit. Then we've got the tote kit. So this is the tote bag. So what I've done is I've done it as like sort of a, let me just take the cushion out so you can see it properly. Now, this is, I've done it like a satchel style tote. So it's got gussets on the side so you can get a lot in it, and then gussets across the bottom. Now, there's enough fabric in the kit to make the whole thing. So the whole bag, it's fully lined. It's got patchwork handles. It's got the Carpenter style block. It's exactly the same as the quilt, but it's just smaller. But that's all explained in the instructions. The construction is the same, it's just the fabric sizes. So you get a Carpenter's style block on the front and on the back. So if you wanted, you could make a cushion instead, because it'd be very simple. Just join the fabric together, the squares together, front and back. You could make 2 cushions because there's enough fabric in here to line the bag. So you could make 2 cushions by having one Carpenter style on the front of one cushion, use the lining fabric for the back and vice versa because they are square. This is what you get in the kit. Now I'm confused. Right, so in the kit you get, for the Carpenter star itself, you get I think it's 2 fat quarters. Yeah, it is. I just got confused. 2 fat quarters. So what you get is the butterfly ones in the medium and the butterfly ones in the dark. And then you get 1 metre of the cloud blue fabric. So you can, you know, this is the same bag. I just decided for the bag I would use a blue because it works really well. When you create a Carpenter star block, you need a light fabric, a medium fabric and a dark fabric. So it's up to you which ones you use. The light fabric needs to be substantially lighter, so it's better to use a plain one. It just makes the block stand up. So you could make a cushion because of all the fabric you've got. You can make 2 cushions or you can make the tote bag. In the kit as well is the full set of instructions. So it's just £19.99. You're getting 2 fat quarters of Lynette Anderson gorgeous fabric, 1.5 metres of the Rose and Habble cloud blue, and you get the instructions. And remember, there's the full video tutorial where I start by walking you through how to make the block. Then it moves into the Carpenter's tote. So I talk you through how to make the tote itself, because it's just the fabric sizes, how to make the blocks for it, how to make the tote for it. If you haven't bought the kit and you want to make it again, I've a little bit of information about choosing fabrics to make it. And then obviously, even if you just buy this cushion kit, you will still get the quilt instructions. So what you could do is you could start off with if you think, oh, I don't know, I've never made a block like that before, really uncertain, start with the tote kit, because then you're getting the instructions, learn how to make the block. Once you've learned how to make the block, then you can make the whole quilt. And I did mine over a period of time, to be honest, because you only need to make 1 block at a time. You then join them all together. As far as quilting goes, I actually did send mine to have it long arm quilted, only because it's a very special quilt. I wanted it done, Amanda Little did it for me. But you could do it under your sewing machine, and I would just do it in very simple diagonal lines, radiating out from the centre. That's how I would do it. With the cushion, so you could do this the same way as the quilt. I did quilt this myself, and all I did was just quilted round the edge, can you see, of the star, and then round the outer edges of the outer star. It's not even echo quilting, because when you do echo or shadow quilting, you stitch outside, so you'd sort of stitch 1/4 inch outside. But if you just stitch simply, so I didn't even need to draw any lines, but by doing that and stitching just round the edge, it just makes that rise up a bit. Really, really simple. It's just stitching round, quilting round the edge. And then Jennifer says, what size is the quilt? Jennifer, it's 84 by 84 inches. It's 84 inches square. Obviously, you don't need to make it that big. Mine's got 9 blocks in it. You could make it with 6, then you'd have a single bed, because you could do 2 by 3. But it's a big quilt. I wanted to make a big quilt, because we often do smaller ones, or we do lap quilts, and I wanted it to be a big quilt. But there was achievable, and I think by making it in blocks, then joining them together, it's a lot simpler. Because you could... in that way, you could then do quilt as you go, because you could quilt 1 block at a time. So half of the stock of the bag kit has gone, if you want it. Remember, you are getting 2 fat quarters and 1 metre of cloud blue and the full instructions. And if you're not sure, this is why I create the video tutorials for you, because I think Sewing Street is quite unusual in the fact that we do full quilt kits. Not many people do full quilt kits, and it's so much easier if you've got everything. There are places that do them, but I think we're unique in the number that we do and the variation that we do. But also, not many people will do then like a tutorial of exactly how to make that quilt. You might get a tutorial of how to do that example, but there's nothing better than having someone to show you what to do with it. The tutorial is on the website this morning, on the Amber Makes website, if you go under the tutorial section, if you want to watch it. But all the details are in the booklet. There we go. But if you've got your own fabric and you want the instructions on their own, We have those for £9.99. Now, if you want to know about fabric quantities, because maybe you think, oh, I just want to check. If you go onto the website, onto the Sewing Street website, and you click on that code, I have put in the description there, and if you click under product description, I think it's called, more details, sorry. Under there, I've listed the quantities of fabric that you will need. It's listed in here, obviously, in the ingredients section. It says for the Carpenter's Constellation what you need. But if you want to look at that to just check what you've got, then it's all listed on there. I mean, wouldn't it look great in red and white? Basically, what you need to do when you're choosing the fabric is you need a dark fabric here. You need a medium fabric and you need a light fabric. Now, the greater the contrast, as you can see on this one, the greater the contrast between the dark and the medium, the more 3D quality you'll get. So it's quite nice, which is why I chose these fabrics. Some of them have a big contrast, some of them have a smaller contrast. But you could also do it in plain fabrics. So if you've just got plain fabrics, you could do like dark blue, medium blue, light blue. You could, I've seen these quilts done where there's a different colour used in each Carpenter style. So you could do like this one in purple, this one in red, that one in green, and then you get a really nice print. You can do it in plains or prints. If you've got, you know, whether you've got Liberty fabric, whether you've got K fabric, Tula, Tilda, it will work in all of those. But it's just, if you want to just use two colours, then you'll just have to work out. I've done it so that the same fabric is used for two of the Carpenter style blocks. So that Carpenter style block and that is the same fabric. And then that one is just, that star is the only one that's standalone. But if you have a look, if you want to do each block separately, then you could do that. I mean, maybe just do it in spotty fabrics. But it does look lovely if it's done as a rainbow. But as I said, you just need to think about the contrast, because the more different the dark and the mediums are, the greater the contrast. And then when you're choosing the background fabric, I would stick to a plain. And it doesn't have to be the lighter version, because obviously I've used natural seeded, not a pale blue for that. It can be. But you could reverse it. You could use a dark background and then choose lighter shades for the Carpenter style. So there's many, many, many different things you can do with it. You could just make one small Carpenter style block if you're not sure if those fabrics are going to work, because in the instructions it starts off with how to do a Carpenter style block. And obviously the quilt has large Carpenter style, and the book and the bag has the small Carpenter style. So you could make one of those as a little trial to start with. There we go. Right, and we'll just go through the quilt kit one more time. Very popular, but it's a really good price. I did say to them when I made the quilt, because I'm always trying to be really careful to use as little fabric as possible, but also not for it to be so tight that you've got no mileage at all for, you know, trimming the fabric straight as well, because there's a lot of cutting. But I was really pleased that they managed to get a little bit off the price so that we got it under the £100. So £9.99. Now, we can do that on split pay. So if you want to spread the cost, you can spend £49.99 now. And then we'll send you the kit straight to you. And then next month, you pay the other £49.99. So in the kit, you will get 8 half metres. So you get 8 half metres. You get the dark butterfly and the medium butterfly. These are half metres. You get half a metre of the darker flower and half a metre of the lighter flower. Then you get half a metre of the darker check, and you get half a metre of the lighter check, and then you get half a metre of this dot print, and then half a metre of the wavy print. So there's loads. And then you get the fat quarter of the darker words and the fat quarter of the lighter words. And you get 4.5 metres of natural seeded, because it goes together beautifully. And you get the instructions. And remember, the instructions that you get tell you how to make the block, how to make the quilt, and how to make the bag, or you could make it into a cushion, and they've got a tutorial as well. So that's all of that, and you can make this. And remember, there's enough for the binding. If you want to make the quilt, if you haven't had a look at, it does say on the website, but if you want to use wadding or backing fabric, you will need 243 centimetres of wadding. So you will need 2.5 metres. So you will need 5 units of wadding. And if you use extra wide backing, you will need 5. So just a quick word about wadding is I used a cotton bamboo wadding for this one because the normal 80-20 cotton polyester wadding is my all-time favourite, but I thought you can't have a favourite if you haven't tried something else. So I got myself a load of the cotton bamboo wadding, and that's what I used for it, and it's come out beautifully. It's really soft, but not too thick. It quilts really well. I know I did send this off to be quilted, but I did use it in the bag to quilt, so I know how it quilts. It quilts really well. So you could either, Amanda Little quilted it for me, Charlie. Amanda Little from Little Quilt House. So can we put the code for the bamboo wadding in? You've only got 80-20. Have you not got the bamboo? I'm sure I'll put the bamboo in. It's not concentrating. I knew I'd put it in. There we go. Now, the great thing about so remember you'll need 5 units because of the width of it, you're fine, but you'll need 5 units. It's £5.99 for half a metre. You will need 5 units of it. It's 50% bamboo, 50% cotton. Hi, Hayley. In fact, there's 2 Hayleys. Oh, that's confused me. There's 2 Hayleys. Hayley presenter and Hayley organiser, manager, boss, everything. King of all trades. Got 2 Hayleys in there. So this is beautiful wadding to use, but this is what I don't understand. It's cheaper. You're not allowed to say that. What can you say? Less expensive. It's more affordable than the 80-20 cotton. Don't understand that. Don't understand that. But I love both of them. So you use whichever you want. But I haven't tried the bamboo cotton before. I thought I'd have a go with it and see what you think. So that you will need 5 units there. If you prefer to use your 80-20 cotton wadding that I love and washes beautifully and shrinks nicely and everything, then use that. Then we've got, can you put that one on, Ben? The 80-20 cotton. There we go. £6.99. I mean, even that, I think £6.99 for half a metre, and it's super wide as well. So you can use that one instead. So if you want that, you will need 5 units. Right. So shall I show you how to make it? Well, I'm not going to show you how to make the whole thing. Dun, dun, dun. Right, we're going to put the graphics in for the quilt to start with. So what we're going to do is we're going to I've cut out lots of little pieces in advance. Turn it over. The quilt, the block. So I'm going to show you how to make a block. Is mainly made from half square triangles. Now there are a lot of half square triangles in there. So in order to save fabric and time, I'm going to do 8 at a time. It's much, much easier. 8 at a time. But I'm going to show you how to do it. So in the instructions, I've given you the measurements for a large Carpenter star block and a small Carpenter star block. So all you have to do is follow that. It explains it all in the instructions. I'm going to make a small one just because it fits on a small cutting mat better, so you'll be able to see it better. But the method is exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is this is one of the butterfly blocks. So you've got a dark fabric, and then that's the background fabric. So because what you're going to do is make half square trials from a dark and a background, then a dark and a light, and then a light in the background. So we'll do it for those. So take your dark and your background. Oh, then you need to get yourself a friction pen. One moment. It's all zipped up in my little case. Right, and then on the wrong side of your lighter fabric, just so that you can see it, I'm going to draw 2 lines. Obviously, with these plain cottons, I have never had any idea which is the right and the wrong side. So, let me just pinch that longer ruler. One moment. Forgot the square one wasn't big enough. So just draw it on the wrong side. So what you need to do is draw a line, put your ruler from one corner to the opposite corner, and draw a line using a friction pen. Now I have put on, hopefully, packs of 3 friction pens onto this, because I don't know if I get through friction pens. I use them a lot. So I did, if you have a look on Watch Live, there are the packs of 3. Oh, there we go. £11.97 for 3 of them, red, blue and black. Love that. Good price as well, £11.97, I thought. I like that. And then you get 3 of them, because I really get through them. So if you've never used a friction pen, they are fab because they are heat erasable. Please do check on your fabric that they do erase. But to be honest, whenever I use Quilt Away Cotton, they do come out. Now, these lines you are going to be cutting along, so you could use a pencil. The thing is with a friction pen, you know that if you mark something, it's going to come out. So that's all you've got to do. Just draw 2 lines. Then place this right sides together with the fabric that you want to make your other half square triangle with. So this is a great method for any project where you need to make lots of half square triangles, because making 2 at a time, then it obviously takes a lot longer and is less efficient for fabric. Oh, Ben, how did you do that? He's dropped my price to £7.97. No. That's amazing. See, when I put that in the schedule, I thought £11.97 was a great price. £7.97. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? £7.97. It's brilliant. Honestly, get yourself some. Do test them on fire. But I use them all the time. So how much is that each? £2.65. Really, really worth it. They are in my top 5 sewing tools. So I've pinned them together all the way round. If you're making the larger block, you will obviously need, the squares of fabric are bigger, so less stable, so you use lots of pins. Now what I'm going to do is sew 1/4 inch either side of both of those lines. So if you are new to doing this, or you're not sure about your seam allowances, what I would do at this stage is draw the lines. I'm going to draw them just a little less than 1/4 inch, just because that gives you a little bit more leeway. So if you just put the 1/4 inch line just like a smidge, like a millimetre to the left of that line, draw there, turn it round. Now, if you're confident about sewing, you can easily sew 1/4 inch, because obviously you can't use the markings on your needle plate, your foot plate, while you're doing this, because you won't be able to see them. But you may have markings on your sewing machine foot that you can see. If you're really not sure, just draw the lines. It doesn't take that long. Right, so now I'm going to turn my machine on. And I'm going to sew 1/4 inch either side of those drawn lines. Now, because I've drawn those lines, this is really easy. You might have markings on your sewing machine foot that you can see that 1/4 inch either side. The problem with using a 1/4 inch foot is because you're not sewing on the edge of fabric. When you get a 1/4 inch foot that's got that little piece of metal, it doesn't sit very well. But what you'll find is, because you've got to do a few of these, after a while you will get used to exactly where you need to. So for these 2 lines, I haven't got my drawn lines, so I'm just going to do it by eye. To be honest, it doesn't matter if it's not exactly 1/4 inch, as long as it's not more and as long as it's straight. It can be a bit less, but don't do it any more, otherwise your triangles won't work. There we go. So, now you can see I've got 4 lines, so I can take my pins out. So it looks like what is going on here. Now to start, first of all, I am going to just press that, because can you see it's all slightly wibbly? Is that a technical term? Because of the sewing machine and the needle going through the fabric, it's made it go slightly wobbly. So I'm just going to press it. Now, with this one, it's not so bad because they're smaller, but when you do the large one, they're much bigger. If you press it, you start distorting this fabric if you actually iron it. So when you do it, honestly, just press it, because you've got lots of edges and things in here. And if you pull the iron across, you end up getting like little pleats because it's quite a big gap where it's not stitched. So just press it rather than ironing it. Some things it doesn't matter so much, but with this it really does. Right, now I'm going to cut it. Now this is where your rotating cutting mat comes in really handy, which I'm just going to go and get. Let's get a little one, which I have put onto the schedule as well. There we go. So you can, because I'm going to cut this and I'm going to move it, you don't have to use a rotating cutting mat. You can just keep walking around the table, or you can move the fabric. But having a rotating cutting mat makes life a lot simpler. So what you do is I'm going to cut from that corner to that corner. I'll be cutting along that line. I mean, I've got rid of that because I've just ironed it, but that doesn't matter, because if you put your ruler from one point to the other, then you will, in effect, be cutting through those, in between those drawn lines. Now, once you've cut it, don't move the fabric. You can move your mat. If you don't have a rotating one, then just turn round a bit or move the triangles. But do not cut towards yourself. Right, now don't be tempted to move it again, because we're going to cut it again. So we're going to straighten it up. If you are having to move these, if anything's shifted at this point, just gently put them back together. You can see where they all match. Now I'm going to cut vertically through the centre. So match up that line. Right, and then, before we do anything else, we're going to cut again. So there's 4 cuts, diagonally, diagonally, straight. I'll have to move that one, because even though I'm using the rotator one, they do move a little bit. So just make sure you line up that line and there. Now this is all in the instructions and all in the tutorial, so you won't have to remember this, but it's just quite nice to see it, isn't it? There we look, now we've got 8 triangles from 2 pieces of fabric. So what we need to do now is press them. Always press towards the darker fabric, just because of shadows, really, is that you're less likely to see it. So what I do with this is turn them all over to this side, like this, and then just open them out. If you open them out first, because I have made lots of these half square triangles, you know what, when you make things, you then work out the quickest way to do it. Open them all out first, and you don't want to press them, you want to just, because they can distort slightly. Do it with your fingers. So if you just open them out and run your fingers or your nail across like that just to hold them. If you've always got the fabric on the top that you want the seam to be pressed towards, then it will always go that way. So just think about that. So if you just very quickly do all of them, just finger press them open. Because if you do it with the iron, you can't see as well, and then sometimes you press and you get a little crease. Once you've done that, you can then get your iron and just press them all. So they're all nice and flat. And we've now got 8 half square triangles from 2 pieces of fabric. So and although you had to do the 4 sewing lines, it's those cuts that do it. And also, you haven't had to cut on the bias, so they won't stretch. So what you've got to do now is you need to trim these. It's the only way. I know it's tedious doing it, but it is the only way, is to actually trim them. So I'm going to show you how I do it. Now, these are the smaller ones, so the trimming will be a different size than the larger ones, which are on the quilt behind me, but that's all in the instructions. So if you put the line diagonally from this corner down to there, and I'm going to trim this into a 2.5 inch square. So place the diagonal line of your ruler onto the seam line, and then make sure that the 2.5 inches matches up here and here, and then you need to cut up this side, and you need to then cut across this side. So you go from here to here. Now, this, because every time I do that, I snip off the corner of my square and it really annoys me. There is a way around that, but just be careful. You're not actually cutting towards you, you're cutting, but you're having sort of cutting backwards. If you start here and then go there, because you're not, from starting here, that's when you snip off the corner, but from starting here, you're not. So don't worry, you're not actually cutting towards you, but it is a way of saving your ruler. Turn it round and then match up the 2.5 inch square and do exactly the same thing. Now you'll find when you do yours, unless you have sewn exactly 1/4 inch either side of your line, some of them will need trimming a little bit more than others, because I tend to not draw my lines, I just sew them. Then some of them you'll find need trimming more than others. So it's a bit of a tedious job, isn't it? But it's quite nice when they're done, because you realise when you look at them, you see, can you see with this one, I need more of a trim. There's more outside my 2.5 inch than with the others, but that's because I've put enough leeway so that there's enough, so that you can trim it. But because I haven't sewn accurately, this is the joy of trimming half square triangles, that you end up with absolutely perfect ones that are exactly the right size. So when you join it all together, it's a lot easier. So it's really, the most important thing about trimming a half square triangle is this line, to be honest, of all of it. Because if you look at this, it looks really wonky, doesn't it? If I put that on my cutting mat, square that corner up, that one's all over the place. Probably just to do with the not sewing accurately at 1/4 inch the way it's pressed. But you wouldn't want to sew that into a quilt, would you? But once I put it on here, I've lined up my 2.5 inch there on the left, so I've got about an equal amount. Once I cut it there, and cut it there, and then turn it round, then I can line up the 2.5 inches on the bottom of there, make sure that diagonal line is still straight, cut it there, and cut it there. Now you wouldn't know. That's magic, isn't it? So I'm just going to quickly trim the others. But you get much quicker at these. So you trim all of them. Then what you do, I'll do those in a moment, is you have to make, for each block, you have to make 16 of these dark and light. So I've made 8 there, so you have another 2 blocks and you make them. So I've already made those, so I've got another 8 there. You then make 16 of the dark and medium mixed together. So I'll show you like that. So there's your dark and your light. There's your dark and the medium. That's why I love my fabric clips. Have we got any? Let's move my trimmings. And then you make 16 of the light and medium. So there they all are. I haven't got exactly 16 there because I didn't need them all for this. So that's how you do it. So if you were going to make, which one was this one? Dark. If you were going to make these, the dark and the medium, you see I've drawn the lines on it already. So you just do exactly the same. You have 1 square of the medium and 1 of the dark, and you sew them together. So 2 squares makes 8, so you need 4 squares to make 16. Then what we can do, I've got enough time to do this, is now we're going to lay out a quarter, because very luckily, because of the way that the block is designed, the quarters of each block are absolutely identical. So if we look at the quilt behind me, yeah, which one can we see the best? So here, there's can I see that one best? There's that quarter is here, and then there's that quarter, and a quarter, and a quarter, and they are absolutely identical. So you create 1 quarter at a time. This is what makes the whole thing simpler. In the instructions, I have put a diagram of a quarter. So you can follow that. So what you do is you get your instructions, you get all your little half square triangles you've made. You also have some light rectangles and squares. And then all you have to do is follow the diagram because they're the same. So you start off with the rectangle. Then you have a dark and a light. Just a top tip for when you're following a diagram and you want to put these in the right place, is just have a look. Where's the bottom corner? Is it in the bottom left, top right? And then just do that. Otherwise, you'll sort of turn it around going, does it look like that? If you go right, the bottom corner's bottom left, that's easy. So that's bottom left. Then I've got a light, a medium and a light. And that's bottom right. Then I've got a plain square. Then I've got a mixed one, and that corner is bottom left. Then I've got another mixed one, and that corner's top right. Then we have top right. And then we have that one. And you really don't want to have to unpick these. So just once you've laid them all out, but you can see the pattern sort of forming now. There we go. And then one of them. And then one of them. And that is a quarter. So what I do, so next I would get my, I'd get my diagram just to be absolutely certain, because it's really annoying you have to pick them, and just sort of follow it and go bottom left, bottom right, plain, bottom left, top right, top left. And if you do that, you know that I'm telling you this because I have sewn them together wrong, don't you? Because that is why, and I have unpicked them. So if you just go bottom left, top right, like that, perfect. And then also if you stand away from it, you can see. So all you have to do now is sew them together. So you place this one on top of here, keep them in the layout and pin them together, like either on your ironing board. There aren't many seams that you actually have to match up, bizarrely. So that one needs to be matched up, and this one you do need, so that one you want to make sure that sits on top of that. Really easy to do, to be honest. Just put one on top of the other and just check that that seam sits on top of that seam, and then pin it together. So it's not like matching up seams, it's just matching up the bit that sits on top of the other. So I would keep these, I would pin together one row at a time. Well, this is how I did it, because if you get confused otherwise. And then open up that one, pin that one into place. If you want to do all 4 quarters in one go, which is what I did, because I tended to make one carpenter star at a time, lay out your 4 top rows and sew them. Then lay out your 4 row 2s and sew them. And then lay out your row 3s and sew them. You then know which is which, and then you can join them together. There's just something about if you sew together things in repeat, you get much faster at it. When you do one like this, where you've got a plain and a seam, just turn it over and pin it from the other side, because there's no seams here. It just means that you'll be able to keep that seam laying flat. So I always turn that over to the other side, pin that one in place. And because you have trimmed all these squares earlier, they are all perfect and they sit together really nicely. And pin that one. I wouldn't work when I made the quilt, because there are 2 of each of the blocks of the same prints, except for the one in the centre, I did do, say, 2 Carpenters blocks at a time for those. If you start doing more than 2 Carpenters blocks, you end up mixing up all your prints. I tried that, but got really confused. So now I've got all 4 blocks pinned. Take block 1, line 1 up block 1, row 1, and then I'm going to use, it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can either reduce the stitch length so that you don't really need to reverse stitch, or just do a little lock or reverse stitch at the end. I tend to, unless I'm pressing seams to one side, I do tend to do reverse stitch. And you might decide at this point you want to press them open. You might decide you want to press them to one side, but if you decide to press them open, then you really must do a reverse stitch, or they will come undone. When you do them, open them up and put them back down in order. Once you've done a few of these blocks, you'll know exactly what you're doing and it'll be fine. You'll get quicker at it. It's quite a nice way, really, because you're learning how to do a half square triangle, which is basically just sewing the seams and the cutting and trimming. Because you're doing quite a few of them, by the time you finish the quilt, you'll have picked up your own little quick ways and techniques for sort of how to skip doing something, or what's a better way, and things like I've said about double check, because otherwise you'll end up sewing the wrong bits together. Obviously, doing the larger block is a bit simpler because it's a bit easier working with bigger pieces of fabric, but this is perfectly achievable. And once you've got the instructions, whether you've bought the quilt or the instructions on their own, you can then make your own quilt or cushions. You could make the quilt smaller. If you have a look at the size of the finished blocks, then you can decide, you know, I think 6 blocks would be a nice single bed size. Yeah, you could do just 4 blocks for a lap quilt. Could you do 16? It would be massive if you did 16 bed size. Yeah, you could do 16. But the size of the blocks, it says in the instructions, so the big block is 24 inches square and the little block is 16 inches square. So you can work out how big you want it. Right, yeah, what do you think the biggest quilt ever was? Oh, there's bound to be in the Guinness Book of Records, isn't it? And who quilted it? Right, I'm just going to sew together the... So what does it measure? So Ben says the largest patchwork quilt in the world measures what? 2,000 square feet? 270,000 square feet. Well, that's ridiculous. How did they quilt it? I bet they never quilted it. Bet that was just patchwork. You wouldn't get that under your machine, would you? I guess you could hand quilt it. Somebody was going to, but I bet it was a big group of people that did it. We must be talking like football pitch size when you do something like that. Right, there's the final one. So if I turn it over, now with these, I would press them to one side. So what I did with mine, now it's all gone all over the place, is put them back into order. 3, 4. Is that right? Now I've got to get my picture because it's not. That's it. There we go. That's right now. So if you press all the seams in the top row one way and the second row the other way and the third one that way, they'll nest together better. So what I did was rows 1 and row 3, I pressed away from the edge. Ooh. There we go. When you press your seams to one side, do it from the wrong side and then pop over to the right side and do it again. So row 1 and row 3. And then turn it over. And then with row 2 and row 4, just go the other way. And then it just helps to nest them together. So I'll just show you that. And then if you press it from the right side, you can then just very quickly double check to make sure that you haven't got any extra creases. So press them. If you pull them open like that, it just helps to make sure they're open. Turn it over, give it another press. Right, now they are facing in opposite directions. I still haven't got that right again, have I? You see, how many of these have I made up right now? Yeah, I know I'm right. Just constantly, you see this, look, just have that next to you. Because what I did, because obviously I didn't have this while I was making it, I made one and I just had that next to me all the time, because it is really annoying if you sew it together wrong. Right, now take row 1 and row 2, place them right sides facing. We don't want this one on top because that's the plain one, so we'll turn it over. Then when you come to nest seams, I'm going to do a close-up of this. That seam is facing that way, and that seam is facing that way. So take the top seam, and I've got it to the right a bit, and I'm going to just move it left, slowly, and I can feel it. I've felt it stopping. Once it stops, you can feel it crashing. Then pop your pin in the top, and then pin it sort of diagonally over to the other one. And then that's holding it together. So let's do the next one. So take the top seam. It's now to the right of where it needs to be. So it's brushing the fabric. If you pull it across, then it stops. Because of the seam allowance being bulkier on that side, it makes it stop. As soon as it stops, you know it's in the right place. Obviously, this one is a rectangle. It's a rectangle because I didn't want to do 2 squares. That was the only reason it's a rectangle, because why not? Right, I'm just going to sew those together. Again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Then I'll show you what those 2 look like. Just remove the pins just before you get to the seam. Don't sew over them, but remove them just before you get to it, because then it's not going to shift if you're just a few stitches before you get to it. And then I'm going to do a little reverse stitch. Now, I would with this one, because we've got a lot of seams going on, we're not matching up seams anymore, I would press these open. Before you do that, press it to set the seam, it presses open easier, and then open up the fabric. So I'm just open it with my fingers and then press it open. You can press it to one side, you know, there are no strict rules, I'm just showing you what I do. I'm going to press them open and then turn it over, give it a really good press. That's 2 rows together. So you can see now that they do match up. And then you'd sew number 3 and number 4. That's your quarter. Make all 4 quarters in exactly the same way, and then you sew them all together. But it shows you, so you see, look there, you can see in all the walkthroughs, there's how to do the rows, there's the rows together, that's the 4 rows joined together on my kitchen floor. And that is how to, that's on my kitchen floor because it was too big. It was too big to get onto my mat. Right, so that's how to make it. So I've only got a few minutes left, so I'm just going to do a quick recap of the quilts. But remember, I mean, obviously I wouldn't have had time to do the whole thing. It's all in the video tutorial. So if you want to make the full quilt that's behind me, it's 84 inches square. I wanted to do, we don't often do, sometimes we do really big ones. I wanted to be able to use a beautiful designer print. And honestly, if I had to choose, it's always blue for me. It's always blue and cream, blue and white is my favourite. Don't know why. Just classic. So in this kit, you are getting all of these half meters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half meters. You're getting 2 fat quarters, that's everything for the front of the quilt and the binding, and you're getting 4.5 metres of the Rose & Hubble natural seeded, because it gives that really clean but antique look. And full instructions which show you how to make the block. We start off by making the block in detail, then it shows you how to make the full Carpenter's Constellation quilt, and you get the instructions in here of how to make the bag. So whether you make the quilt or the bag, you will get the instructions for them and the free video tutorial. All the information is in there. If you want to make the Carpenter's tote, in the Carpenter's tote, you get a fat quarter of these. This is all the Lynette Anderson Something Borrowed. It's Something Borrowed, Something Blue collection. So you get 1/2 metre of the butterfly in the dark and the medium. And then I've chosen the cloud blue. Just gives it a slightly different look, but I thought I'm going to go for it. Also, I thought, you know, with the bag, it might get dirtier as well. So that's what the bag looks like. There's enough fabric in the kit to make the front of the bag, the back of the bag, because there's a Carpenter star on each. You've got the gusset, it's fully lined, and you've got a patchwork handle. All you'll need to make this bag is some wadding if you want to, but you don't have to. Or, if you would prefer, you can make it into 2 cushions. There's enough fabric to make the Carpenter's star for the 2 cushions, and because you've got all the fabric that's actually used to line the bag, there's enough that you could use then to make the 2 cushion back. So for £19.99, you get that. You also get the full instructions, so you're getting the instructions for the quilt as well, because they all come in one, there's not separate ones. So you can have all of that for £19.99. You've got the instructions for the quilt as well. And then finally, if you want to use your own fabric, because you want to make a multicoloured one, a rainbow one, a red and white one, a pretty one, a stripy one, full instructions on their own, £9.99. All of them tell you where you can visit the tutors, so that I will hold your hand, take you through it, so that you can make one of the most, I think, one of the most beautiful traditional quilt blocks. It's one of my faves anyway. Anyway, thanks for joining me for this hour. We just got through that. We'll have a few minutes break, and then we will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time for the brand new launch, fabulous cross-stitch book. You are going to love this. It's beautiful, it's mindful, really lovely. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost, and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags. As you can see, I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. Basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers, testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter Stay. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you've got something bulky going underneath your presser foot. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer. Welcome back to Sewing Street, and it's all about cross-stitch now. Morning, Sophie.
Hello, thank you.
So nice to have you on air. You've written a book?
I have.
I'm always really envious of people who do this, because I know it takes ages.
Oh, it's taken me such a long time. It feels very surreal to finally
Does
have the
it?
book after working on it for
Wow.
such a long time.
So
yeah.
tell me a bit about you, because we all want to know. We want to know. So how did you get into cross-stitch?
So I've always been generally a crafter. I've always loved making things and doing lots of different hobbies. And then I took up cross-stitch, I think it was about 2016. Ish, so a while ago, and for me it was the hobby that stuck, and I just found it so relaxing.
So why, because I think I started as a child, maybe, can't remember, but you know, so if you was like, how did it happen? Why did you pick up cross-stitch? Was it just a kit or?
Yeah, so I picked up a kit just to give it a go and see what it was like. I just love trying new things and testing out different crafts. and I just found it really relaxing and therapeutic. And at the time, it helped me cope through an episode of poor mental health.
Right, well, it's so mindful, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah, and I think it's just really gone from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's really nice, isn't it? I'm just always interested because sometimes people say, well, I learned as a child, but I can't remember how. But
Yeah.
I think the mindful aspect, I mean, of all crafts, but in particular cross-stitch, because of you have to count.
Definitely, yeah.
And concentrate.
It's the repetitiveness of it. It can be really therapeutic, and you can just lose yourself in the counting and the stitching.
Right.
Because it is the same stitch repeated, so you can just carry on that kind of momentum.
Okay, so how did you leap, for all our viewers out there who do cross-stitch or sewing, how do you get from that to a book, a company, kits?
Yeah, so I set up my business in 2019 while I was on maternity leave with my little boy. He was 4 months old when I launched my business. So
wow.
It was a hectic time.
That sounds, yeah.
And I wanted to do something just for me and set up something a little bit different, get that creativity going. And yeah, it's just grown from there, and I'm really lucky that it's now my full-time job.
Wow, that's amazing. So did you set it at because you have a very specific style. It's beautiful, it's lovely, it's quite charming, quite unique. But it's lovely, and I like all the messages on it. Was it something that you felt was a gap or just something you loved?
Yeah, so I wanted to design patterns that were really beginner friendly, but also suitable for crafters who just want a project that's nice and simple, that's nice and colourful and uplifting. And I try and design patterns that I want to stitch.
Right.
Things that I really enjoy stitching.
I think that's probably the easiest, isn't it?
Yeah,
And I think that comes across because it is very charming, isn't it?
Thank you.
It's not like horribly complex.
No.
Or I quite like the fact that you leave quite a lot of space as well, so you haven't got to fill in the whole thing.
No, exactly. None of the projects in the kits or in the book are too overwhelming in size. They're a nice, simple project that you can pick up even if you've never cross-stitched before.
Brilliant. So the book is called So Mindful Cross-Stitch. There we go. So exciting to launch this on Sewing Street. How cool is that? Just $16.99. It's a big book as well.
Yeah.
It is
heavy.
a big book. It is. 148 pages. That's really big. 140 pages. So why so mindful?
So I really wanted to write a book, and I wanted to create a collection of patterns all around the mental health and mindful aspects of cross-stitch. And I've tried to make it really quite a personal book. So in it, I write a lot about my own mental health journey.
Okay.
And I write a lot about special people in my life and what each project means to me.
Well, I think a lot of people will be able to relate to that as well. And whether you buy it for yourself or if you bought that as a gift for someone who'd never tried cross-stitch before, that's the whole lesson.
Yes,
in
exactly.
itself.
Yeah,
that's all
definitely.
you need.
There's step-by-step instructions for everything just to get you started.
Okay, so let's have a little look at the book so that we can, I've got the right place. So there's an introduction about it. Oh, that's a lovely picture of you.
Oh, thank you.
That's really nice. All about what does it mean to be mindful. And, we talk about it all the time, don't we? But I think it's once you pick up something like this, and it does, well, like you say, it helps you become more self-aware, feel calmer and less stressed. I've no idea how it works, it just does.
Yeah, it does. And it's about really being in the moment and focusing in solely on what you're doing at that time. So for mindful cross-stitch, it means focusing on how the hoop feels in your hand and what sound the thread makes as it goes through the fabric.
Wow.
And it's like really being in that moment and forgetting about any kind of troubles or stresses and that
Gosh,
kind of
I'd
thing.
never thought about, I know the sort of the concentrating, I've got to count that, and I've got 3 yellows and 2 blues, but never the sort of the sound and the feel.
Really like honing in on that moment.
That's really interesting. You talk about tools and materials as well. So if you haven't cross-stitched before, all of the tools and materials detail are in there. It's getting started, how to read a pattern. So this is all the basic stuff if you've never done it. If you've done it before, then you'll be fine. I like the way that you've started with different methods as well, rather than just presuming people can do that.
Yeah, exactly. So it is hopefully really, really beginner friendly. So it starts from the very, very basics. I've included the loop method, which is the easiest method I find to get started with cross stitch.
Okay.
It's a really beginner friendly way to to start a new thread.
Just yes, because otherwise I think sometimes this basic information is glossed over.
Yeah.
And then you've got people left with the kit going,
No, exactly. Yeah, I wanted
How do I start?
be really thorough.
Very, very clear photos. Really good, because this is very close up, and
Yeah.
that's key, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really nice and clear. Actually, how to cross stitch, very important. How to back stitch. Practicing mindful. Oh, okay, so this is about cross stitch. I mean, I guess cross stitch is mindful in essence anyway.
Yes.
But is actually making it mindful, is it like an extra step?
Yeah, so it's that chapter's about combining mindfulness with cross stitch.
Right, okay.
And like we talked about, honing in on
Yeah,
that
no,
moment,
I love that.
preparing your space, removing distractions. They're just some kind of hints and tips. I worked with a group of volunteers who were absolutely lovely, and I kind of set them a task on how to kind of practice mindful cross stitching, and then I got their feedback from it.
Wow.
So yeah, it was a nice process just to, because I know it helps me, and I just wanted to make sure it,
Yeah, no,
it
that's
helps other
interesting,
people
isn't
too.
it?
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Never even thought of that. Right, this book. So the book is $16.99. It's a beautiful book. We want you to all have it. So we're going to take off your postage, really. Most of it, nearly all of it. So we're going to reduce the price so that that covers almost your postage. We're going to reduce it to $13.99. It's not Sophie that's taken the hit, don't worry. Sophie, that's fine. She will always still get it. But it's such a lovely book, and I think mindfulness is so important, particularly at this time of the year where everything is very stressful and busy and rushed and pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
And, that's almost, so the £3 off, that's almost all your postage covered. So I think it will make a difference. And I think the idea of really practicing mindful, I love that.
Yeah, and it's taking that time away from busy life just to practice something
You
really
time.
calming, definitely.
And not everybody when they say me time, they think spas, and I
Yeah.
hate spas, hate that. And I think, well, I can't have me time because I can't do that.
No.
But it can be craft time.
Yeah, it can
doesn't
be
have to be
anything.
spas.
Definitely. It's you time, and it's doing something that's important to you and that
Yes,
you find
yes.
relaxing personally.
It's brilliant. So we're all into the mindfulness, and then we've got mini mindful stitches to start with. So there's 22 projects.
Yeah, all brand new designs.
Wow. So this is where you'd suggest people start?
Yes, so the first selection of projects are the smaller stitches. So they're like the 3 and the 4 inch hoops. So they're a nice smaller size to get started. And they all have a nice positive message to them.
Right. And I like this because this is quite a nice little gift as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Slow down, you could give that to someone.
Yeah, you could stitch it.
Who
and they
has
give
a
that
mad
as present.
life.
Yeah.
And the great thing about embroidery hoops is that they're like the frame and everything. It's all in there.
Yes.
Because they are your finished frame.
Yeah.
So these are the projects we start with. Now look at the charts. I love these. This is really important. I think quite often you buy a kit and you get the chart and you really can't read it, or the symbols are so small, or you just think, is that an at or a star? But you've coloured them in.
Yeah, so they're all colour-coded. You've got your DMC recommended threads along the bottom.
Okay.
And I specifically requested with my publisher that I wanted them to be really full-size patterns, so they're really easy to read.
And that really is as well. You can absolutely see that. And also because you've got symbols on, if people wanted to photocopy them, it still works.
Yeah, exactly.
Only for your own use, though, not to give to anyone, but just for crossing through. Love the snail. And then we've got, Learn to Rest. Oh, that's really cute. But it's lovely. So although you've kept them simple and easy, you still managed to get the design element, the shading, and the colour into them.
Yeah, so with all of them, I try not to use loads and loads of thread colours because that can sometimes become a bit overwhelming with not knowing which shade is which.
Yes, I see what you mean.
But I try and do like block colours. But obviously I want them to still be nice and bright and colourful at the same time.
I know, well they are. They're very clean and fresh, and they're just charming, I think. Really, I think they're very unusual. I like the walkthrough photos to give you an idea, because you always sort of say to people, start from the centre and work out, and you go, where?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean?
I stitched up all of the samples for the book, and I thought, well, as I'm stitching them up anyway, I may as well take
Yeah, but that was
and then
really helpful.
Just gives an example of how I've stitched it.
Yes. And then I guess as people become more proficient, they can, do it in a different way. But
Yes,
it's nice to have someone holding your hand to
Yeah.
start with, isn't it? Trust the process. Yes. Just trust the process. That's lovely, isn't it? So the trust the process hoop represents how important it is to recognise growth, no matter how small or gradual. Oh, that's really lovely. And again, you've taken these individual photos. That just really helps. So now we've got a little bit of backstitch coming in now.
Yeah, a little bit. So we're adding in the backstitch, and it is, throughout the book, it is just cross-stitch and backstitch.
Okay.
The only stitches that you'll find in there.
All you've got to work out how to use. Time for positivity. That's lovely. Really sweet. But again, look, with all of them, you're getting a big full-size chart. M is for mindful. That's lovely. But you can see now we're going through that it's got all the colour numbers, but also Sophie listed them as colours. So if you don't want to use that, you just use a blue and a light green.
Yeah, certainly. You can customise them and use your own selection of different colours, threads. You could change it so instead of it being a blue M, you could do a purple M or whichever you like. You can completely customise it to what you want.
But I know some people want it to be exactly the same, because we do, don't we? Go, no, I want mine to be exactly the same. So it's nice that you've put the colour numbers well. And then we move. So do we move on to slightly bigger ones now?
Yeah, gradually. So the next chapter is kind of more 5 and 6 inch hoops. Nothing gets too big hoop-wise.
Right,
the
okay.
patterns are all relatively kind of small and easy to follow. But yeah, we start off with the smaller ones before moving on to
So now we've got the phrases, and this is what I like. These are lovely, aren't they? This is where you can just, you stitch it, you think about it, you put it on the wall, and you remember that. I can and I will. It's quite a nice message for somebody, you know, so if you've got a friend or family member who is doubting themselves or think, oh, I can't, send that to them.
Yeah, exactly. You could stitch it up for them and gift it as a hoop. Or obviously gift the book itself, because there's
I think
filled
so.
with a lot of
even if it's to someone who already can stitch, or you know somebody maybe who's a patchwork or a dressmaker. You know, we all do different crafts depending on the time of day, year, occasion, particularly this time of year when the telly's better and the nights are dark. This is a TV hobby.
Yeah. No, I do love to stitch in the evenings while I'm watching the telly, because it keeps your hands busy and you feel a bit productive.
Well, it does. I find I fall asleep otherwise. I sit in front of the telly and I'm like that, going, oh, what happened? Who killed him? Miss the whole thing.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm sewing, you
Yeah.
have to sort of concentrate. And these days, you know, if you're with me at 8 o'clock, there's so many lights and magnifiers and everything. There's
certainly
no
helpful.
reason not to.
No, exactly.
But it does keep your hands busy, doesn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I find it helps me stop eating as well. It's very difficult to eat chocolate cake and cross-stitch at the same time because it gets your fabric dirty. I can do amazing things. Oh, these are absolutely gorgeous. I love them. I'm exactly where I need to be. That's good, isn't it? Be nice to always think that.
Yeah.
I'm exactly where I need
Yeah.
to be. Or maybe it's like, well, maybe I'm not, so maybe I need to change. I think that's quite nice. I do like the reading sections about what it means to you. I'm fairly sure comparison is the root of all evil, but even so, I still find myself stuck in a comparison loop sometimes. Yeah. Yes, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And I think sometimes you need that reminder of I am exactly where I need to be.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they're doing, or
Yes.
if they might be doing something different to me or at a different stage, but it's like focusing in on yourself.
Yeah, because I think we're all too often we look at other people and what they're doing and what they've got and think, oh, where have I gone wrong? Where I'm failing?
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
haven't I got that?
Yeah.
So that's nice. No, it does. It is sort of pulling you back. I like it. I think it's lovely. And obviously, you know, nice big chart for that. They're all the same as this. Today is a new day. Yeah, it doesn't matter about yesterday. Who cares? I'm free to be me. That's really nice. Guest interview. That's nice.
So Amy,
Tell me about Amy.
Is a hypnotherapist who I used a couple of years ago when I was really struggling with depression. And she really helped me to kind of overcome that point of my life. And we've remained in touch. And I felt it was important because I've talked a lot about that journey in the book to include her. And there's just a short interview with her.
Oh, that's
about the
lovely.
importance
It's
of
a
slowing down.
really nice book to read, actually, isn't it? It's,
Yeah.
you know, when you go through it, it's not just the charts.
I really wanted it to be more than just a collection of patterns.
Yeah, it
I
is.
wanted it to have a bit more.
Well, that's the point, isn't
Yeah.
it? Otherwise, it could just have been called cross-stitch hoops.
Exactly.
There was a point to this,
Yeah,
and by
it has
putting
a
all of that in, I think that's lovely. So we move on to more projects here. So does the complexity increase here, or is it just a different theme?
So I've tried to group them by theme. They don't get particularly complex. The largest project is probably the one at the end, but then they use exactly the same
Okay.
stitches.
So we'll have a look at that when we get to the
of
end of it. Love yourself first, let yourself bloom. It's okay to have a bad day, yeah. And then tomorrow's a new day.
Exactly.
Stay close to people who feel like sunshine, yeah. Surround yourself with people
Exactly.
who make you feel better.
That one's dedicated to my little boy. It's him in the picture.
Oh, just behind.
He's hiding, but that's him, yeah.
Oh, that's really sweet. Water your dreams. Oh, these are all the mindful messages. So, yes, we've got that one there, haven't we? Unwind and relax.
Yeah.
Shall we show you that one? In real. There we go. Look, there it is in real. That's lovely. I mean, that's a perfect project for a stitcher as well.
Yeah.
Isn't that really lovely? Unwind and relax. Really nice.
I really like the colours on that one as well, nice and bright.
It is lovely because
Yeah.
you can, you know, as you're stitching, it's mindful, but by stitching mindful messages, it makes it even more so, doesn't it?
Yeah, because then you've got that reminder. If you want to hang that in your home, you can look at it each day and it reminds you of the
Yes.
message.
Cure and cross stitch. So this is your studio.
It is,
Very
yes.
posh, isn't it?
Thank
It's very
you.
nice, very tidy.
Well, it was that day.
Oh, it was, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have a little studio in the garden where I work.
Oh,
which
do
is really
you?
nice. Yeah.
Oh, even nicer.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
Do you shut the door and go, don't anyone,
Yeah.
anyone bother me?
Exactly, yeah. It's quite nice in the summer because my little boy can play in the garden and I can just work with the doors open. And I
Yes.
can lock myself away when I need to.
Oh, I think that's lovely. Oh, it's beautiful. Change the plan, not the goal. Yeah, that's true. So, why not? I think this is lovely. I think it's a lovely book. I think it's a very stop overthinking. I think that one applies to a lot of my friends, actually. Oh, lots and lots of people.
Yeah, definitely.
Stop overthinking.
It's too easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah. And then you talk to somebody and they say, well, are you overthinking this? Yeah, probably,
Yeah.
actually.
I do it a lot.
Yes. You sort of like run off on one.
Yeah.
And then you think, that's just ridiculous, isn't it? That's not
No,
going to happen.
exactly.
I think it's a very well-needed book. Do less with more focus. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, rather than randomly running through life. Take a moment to meditate. It's a beautiful book. Oh, and then we talk about the finishing in the end, so that's good.
Yes, yeah. So I wanted to include like a few different options on how to finish your hoop or your project. Because sometimes that's another element that's missing from some cross-stitch
It
books and
is.
glossed over, whereas...
Finish usually your choosing method.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't got one. So that's really nice. So there's the ways to finish it. So it is a complete book from beginning to end and in the middle as well. I think it's a beautiful book. I think it's a lovely book that you could have for yourself if you want some mindful cross-stitch, but also what a lovely gift for somebody, particularly thinking about Christmas, remember? We talked about that 8 o'clock, Christmas gifts.
Yes.
This is a really lovely book.
Yeah, definitely.
So you also do kits, so as well as this beautiful book, you create kits as well.
Yes, so the book is brand new, but my main business is...
The
cross-stitch
kits.
Yes.
So which one do you want to start? Should we start with bees?
Yeah.
Be happy. So this is what it looks like. Or do you want me to put it on? Be happy. So that's the kit. Actually, should we have a look? Have you got one open?
Yeah, I've got that one just behind.
Yes,
I've got
let's have a look because I want to
yeah.
see it. I mean, the packaging is gorgeous because I'm on a Christmas gift thought. It is a beautiful box, so it would be a really nice thing to gift somebody. It is really lovely. So what's in the box?
Yeah, so inside the box we have, you get your 3-inch embroidery hoop. So this is one of the smaller projects that we do. You've got your printed pattern, which you can fold out.
So these are the same style of patterns that you get in the book, so
Yes.
really easy to follow.
Nice, easy, full colour patterns. You've got a key along the bottom, and then an overview. So if you wanted to then stitch that pattern again, you've got information about what threads are included, the total size, what hoops we recommend you use, and how to get in touch if you have any questions is on there as well.
Fab.
And then in your little pink pouch, you've got a step-by-step how to cross-stitch guide. So similar to the book, we go step-by-step through how to get started with your first stitch, how to cross-stitch, and then how to back-stitch as well. So all of the information is included in every single kit. You've got your DMC embroidery thread and a cross-stitch needle on the back, and your piece of Ada.
It's beautiful. I mean, you've thought everything through, but it's also beautifully packaged. Everything is lovely. So it actually makes you feel nice to start with, I think, once you unpack it. See, I'd open that and go, oh, well, that's lovely, that all makes sense. Or I like the little booklet, I like the little heart that's in the middle, you know. And I think that makes a difference, rather than it just be a few bits of thread and, you know, it's beautiful to start with.
Definitely, because it's nice to have something that's a bit fun to unpack. And
yes, yes, it is,
but it also then makes a lovely gift as well.
I know, and that is a lovely gift. And I think for $13.95, I think that is a great price, because you're getting everything you need. So, and it doesn't matter if the person you give it to is a total beginner. It says on here, mindful crafting, suitable for beginners, and that's the point, isn't it? But obviously, if you're giving it to someone who isn't a beginner, then they'll be fine. But what a lovely gift to give someone. If you know someone saying, well, I would like to be able to sew, well, this is where they can start. So that's the B.
Yes.
That's the B.
That one's our most popular kit with beginners.
Oh,
it's
is
only
it?
got the three
Because
different
it's
thread shades, and it's nice and simple.
Yeah, I think people love bees, don't they?
Yeah.
Everyone loves a bee. What's the next one? Oh, this one is... Oh, this is the Sewing is My Therapy. I love that one. So that one, well, it's slightly different in the book, but the same...
Yeah.
Same
Similar
state.
message.
And this is the kit that you get.
Yep.
So the kit will be the same. Well, it won't be exactly the same, obviously, because it will have different things in it. Do you want to show us what's in that one? It's almost the same. It's the same concept, but it'll be slightly different colours and threads.
So you've got your slightly larger, slightly larger hoop. You've got the pattern in exactly the same format, nice and big on the
Yes,
back.
that's lovely. So this one you get a 4-inch hoop with, but it's £13.45 for the kit.
And then
Yeah, and that's a really nice quality of hoop as well, isn't it?
yes, yeah, they're wooden hoops rather.
Because there are
than
hoops and there are
bamboo.
hoops.
Yes.
Aren't there? And this is a really nice quality hoop, because there are hoops and hoops, as we all know. And that's a
then you've got
beautiful...
your embroidery thread, so you've got a few different shades on there, and then your cross-stitch needle is just popped on the back.
Brilliant. So everything you need's there, except for a pair of scissors, but can't really put those in because everyone has those.
Yeah.
But that is everything you need. So that's all. So that Sewing is My Therapy. Again, you know, that could be a gift for somebody or a kit for you. Or you could buy it specifically because you think, gee, I'm going to give that to somebody once it's made. And that's quite nice as well, isn't it? To have everything you need there. It's also, I think, when you buy yourself kits like this, it's quite a good get it now for holiday. So if you're going on holiday next April, March,
Yes,
something,
definitely. I always
February.
take a cross-stitch on holiday.
then it's all
They're very
there.
portable,
So when
yeah.
you take it away, you don't have to think, oh, have I got that? It's all in that little box.
Exactly. Like you say, you just need to add a pair of scissors, and they can be any scissors. And if they're nice little embroidery ones, you can even take them on an aeroplane.
That's true. And it doesn't have to be, what would you say about ages to do this?
So I design them to be suitable for beginners, adults.
Yes.
But it very much depends kind of on the age of the child. Some people I know have stitched them with kind of their 12, 13-year-old and just helped them get started, and then they've kind of gone away and done it on their own. So I think it just very much depends on the person.
Well, I guess, and also the help. You know, you can get, you know, much younger children doing cross-stitch, but you would need to spend a little bit more time with them. But what a lovely thing to do with children, particularly, you know, when you're going on holiday with them. We always used to have them when we went on the ferry Also
Yeah.
get a cross-stitch kit for that ferry journey because it's so long, isn't it? Wasn't very
Pass the
good at doing it
time.
in the car, but really nice for them as well. Nice little thing to put in the stocking. Right, next one. Ooh, two more. Oh, this is really cute. Feeling so festive.
Little Christmassy
So
design. Yeah.
festive. That's really sweet. I'll put my little things back. I like that. Got to have a Christmas one.
Yeah. So this was a brand new one this year, so that was my newest Christmas design. And I wanted to follow on from the theme of sewing is my therapy and add kind of a crafty Christmas.
Yes, no, it's lovely. Well,
Yeah.
it's really cute because you've even got like the little tape measures
Yeah.
and the rulers in it. So this one, because this has got a bigger hoop, you've got a 6-inch hoop here, so it's a bigger size.
Yes.
So it's £15.95. That's the whole kit. That's everything. That's really sweet, isn't it? And it's nice decoration. You can bring that out every year.
Oh yeah, exactly, definitely.
Put it in your workroom.
Yeah.
Really, really sweet. I love that one. And you could sew that over Christmas as well. And then the final kit is called Let Yourself Grow. Oh, hang on. I'll put them back, otherwise we'll get confused. So do you want to show us what's in that one?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I just put him back.
So the kits in the pink boxes are slightly larger, just because they come with a bigger hoop. So you've got the 6-inch embroidery hoop, the pattern. We use the same format for all of the patterns.
Right, so once
they're
you've done
nice
one
and
of your
simple.
kits, then you'll get used to it.
Yeah,
You can
you'll
then-
be familiar with the layout of everything. So you still get a nice big A4 print of the pattern, so it's nice and easy to follow. And then your little pink packet. With all of your poppy threads and a larger piece of Ada.
Yeah, and you get a lot of thread in it as well, don't you?
Yeah, I try and add in extra thread just to account for any kind of mistakes in there, or if you wanted to personalise it and add anything else to the hoop, you should have some additional threads there to.
No, it's lovely. I think it's a beautiful design. Let me show you straight. I love the way you've got all of the showers.
Yeah.
It's like showers coming off the poppies, or like they're moving in the wind.
Yeah, it is always a popular kit. But yeah, I love the colours in this one.
Beautiful. Well, they look lovely together, don't they?
Yeah.
So that's Let Yourself Grow. That's gorgeous. I love that one. Right, I'm just going to show you the book one more time, and then I'm going to get Sophie to show us a little bit of cross stitch. So this is your first book.
It is, yes.
Wow, is it? They have all been signed as well by Sophie.
This morning.
Luckily, she was in really early this morning and has sat and signed the whole lot. Gorgeous. So in here, I mean, I won't go through the whole thing, but there are 22 projects. You've got all of the intro, for those of you who weren't with us at the beginning of the hour. You've got all of the basic techniques, finishing and finishing off. So starting and finishing off your kit. The projects graduate in size and complexity, but they all come with really, really clear, large charts, lots of beautiful, mindful messages throughout. So whether you're stitching it for yourself, or whether you're stitching it for a friend, or whether you're stitching them just to lose yourself in the moment, I can do amazing things. I'm exactly where I need to be. Today is a new day. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? The messages are very heartfelt, and I think reflect what a lot of people feel these days. And if you can help yourself a bit with a little bit of craft, then it's a good thing.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a great thing. So £13.99. Now we've taken off £3 from this because we're really keen for a lot of you to have this. So we've taken off almost the whole postage, which makes it a lot more affordable. Loads and loads of you've got it in your baskets. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. £13.99. You've got 22 different cross-stitch projects, absolutely loads. So are you going to show us a bit of cross-stitch as well?
Yes.
That would be nice. So for those of you who've never tried cross-stitch but always wanted to have a go, what are your sort of tips for starting?
So starting a project from the beginning. So I've got the B kit here that I can demonstrate with. So with a brand new project, I normally try and start from the centre of the pattern and from the centre of the hoop, just to make sure that my design stays relatively central as I'm stitching it. But you do have some excess fabric around the edge, so if you do find that you stitched your bee and it's a little off centre, you can then shuffle the fabric if needed.
That's quite nice. So you give them plenty of fabric, because some kits you can barely get it underneath the edges.
Yeah, exactly. So this has got a nice little bit of fabric around the edges, so then it, like I say, you can shuffle that around if need be. You're not going to have a bee that's off centre, so you can move that around, and you don't have to measure exactly where the centre is. What I tend to do is I need to start with this black section here, because that's where the centre of my chart is. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but there's a red line to mark where the middle
We're
is.
getting a bit closer.
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
even better. Yeah, I can see that now.
So that just shows exactly where the centre of the pattern is, and then I'm going to start roughly from the middle here. Now what I've done with my thread, just before I get carried away, is, so with the bee kit you get 3 different thread shades, so starting with the black, and I'm just going to remove 1 strand of thread because it comes in 6 strand lengths. So just take 1 strand between my thumb and finger and just pull that one away. Then with this strand, I'm going to fold that in half, and where the 2 ends meet, that's the end that I'm going to thread onto the needle. So at the other end, you'll have a small loop. So that's what I've threaded onto my needle already. And so starting from underneath, I'm going to go through.
To move this way.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Start from the centre of my hoop. Do 1 diagonal stitch. So I've come through on the bottom left, and I'm going back through the top right, and I'm going to leave a little loop behind here, and that's what I'm going to thread my needle through, and that's how I anchor my first stitch. So you don't have to worry about any knotting or anything like that, or looping it under. That has anchored the first stitch, so I can get started. And then I'll come back through the bottom right and then go to the top left to make my first cross. And that's all cross stitches really. It's just lots of crosses repeated on your fabric, copying across from the pattern.
And it's great because the pattern is bigger than the stitches.
Yes.
So it's really easy to see.
Yeah, nice and easy to see. So we've got this first stitch here, so that actually needs to be a row of 6 across. So I'm going to finish that row. So to this side. And I tend to stitch row by row just so I know where I am on my pattern, but you can do kind of section by section if you prefer. So I'll just do the final 2 stitches there.
It's nice to see it, you know, actually doing, because it's quite, you know, often you can, well, reading instructions is great, but to actually see it, particularly, you know, if you're a complete beginner, it's lovely. A message from Zoe. Hi, Rebecca and Sophie, such beautiful kits and book. Absolutely, Zoe. It is, it's a beautiful book. Yeah, it's not just, I mean, the book itself is beautiful as well. It's a really nice size, very thick as well, but it is a beautiful book. It's a lovely, it's a brilliant present for someone. Last message from Helen. Lovely kits. Can you tell me if they are done in whole stitches or part stitches?
They're all whole stitches. Yeah.
So easy, easy.
Nice and easy. No quarter stitches or half stitches at all. They're all full.
Just whole stitches.
Yep.
So, because the whole point in this mindful cross stitch is you don't want it to be difficult and challenging. It's got to be enjoyable.
Exactly. Yeah. You want it to be relaxing and not too difficult or taxing on your brain. You want it to be something that you can follow easily.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and as you progress, if you want to add quarter stitches, then go ahead. You know, it's up to you, but you don't need to. So I just wanted to talk about the needle minders, because these are genius. I love these, and they're beautifully packaged as well. So why did you develop these then?
So they're a really handy tool for when you're cross-stitching or doing any kind of needle sewing.
Stitching?
Yeah. So it's made up of 2 magnets. I can...
Right.
One here. So you have one on the front and one on the back.
So with this one, it's a spool of stranded cotton.
Yeah.
So
what I would do, you've got the 2 magnets here, so you just slide them apart. You've got one that's attached to your nice acrylic, and then a loose magnet that you would put on the back. And I normally put this, oh, I've got it stuck on my needle. Put the pretty magnet on the front, and then the other magnet goes on the back of the fabric. And then it's just a nice, easy place to hold your needle.
yeah, I think that's lovely.
Yeah,
really good idea.
While you're
Well,
sewing.
rather than threading it through the fabric.
Yes.
And it marking it.
Or if you're, if you've come to the end of your stitching and you're then changing colours,
Oh, I
you can then pop
see.
your needle on there while you get your next colour ready, and it avoids
Yeah.
you losing it down.
But,
the
you know,
centre.
that's a lovely gift for any sewer, to be honest. It doesn't just have to be cross-stitch, but it's a really nice gift to give someone for just £7.50 as well. Nice little extra little Christmas
Little
gift.
stocking filler.
It is, isn't it? You could even use it as a pin badge, actually, couldn't
yeah.
you?
Or attach it to your sewing machine, or
Yes.
for your sewing pins or anything like that.
That's true. Yeah, so it could be for anything. It doesn't have to be for needles. It could be just to attach to items. So that's the spool, the blue bobbin. Right, the next one, this is really cute. Sewing is cheap is my therapy. I was going to say sew is cheaper than therapy. Sewing is my therapy. And that's based in mind of the, sewing is way cheaper than therapy. Unless you buy an extremely expensive kit. But then it'll but still, it's probably still by hour cheaper.
Yeah, I think it probably
Isn't
would
it?
be, yeah.
Because if you bought an extremely expensive patchwork quilt, it still wouldn't cost like 50, 30, whatever pounds an hour, would it?
Yeah.
So there we go. Sewing is my therapy. That's really cute, that one, because it's an embroidery hoop. Just
Yes.
realised that.
Yeah. So I design all of these, and then they're printed onto recycled white acrylic.
Oh, okay.
And they're made and printed in the UK.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
They're beautiful.
So they're just made up of the 2, and then you
And
can
the same
pop
thing
them
does that.
straight onto
Yeah.
your hoop. Sorry.
Oh, that's lovely that they're printed in the UK as well. I like that one. Ooh, there we go. Lovely little embroidery hoop. That's really nice. So that's the second one, £7.50. And then the final one is the bee. The bee, the bee, the bee. So maybe if you bought somebody the bee kit, this would be quite a nice little extra gift to buy with it. The needle minder, pink bee. So again, same thing. You've got the magnet underneath. Ooh. There we go. And then you've got the bee there. Very good for picking all your pins up as well.
Yes.
I do that with my magnetic pincushion. I crawl around the floor. Yeah, but you could do that with this, couldn't you? So there's the pink bee. That's just really sweet, isn't it? So whether you're buying it with the book, if you've bought someone the book, then the Sewing is My Therapy will be a lovely little addition to go with it, or to get them to go with the kit. So just a nice little gift. Only £7.50. They're all designed by Sophie and printed onto acrylic. I think they're gorgeous. And it's lovely because we love supporting new designers here, because, you know, we have a lot of people who come onto Sewing Street as new designers, and then watching you grow and flourish is lovely. And we get to support your first ever launch of the book.
Exactly, yeah, I'm
is
very
fab.
excited, yeah.
No, it's lovely. Well, I know, you know, I've worked with so many people who write them. So the thought I would never, or can't say never, I never.
You never know.
No, you never say never, but I don't really want to, because everyone says it's such hard work. So I know how much time and care you have to put into it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, it's taken a long while to develop all of the projects, because I wanted them all to be brand new designs, nothing that I already have in kit form. And then stitching them all in secret and not showing anyone. So they're all all brand new.
Wow. So £13.99 for the book, So Mindful Cross Stitch, 22 beginner-friendly projects. Definitely worth having. And again, a beautiful gift for yourself. You could just buy it for you, because that's what you're starting your mindful journey, but a lovely gift for somebody else as well. So do you want to show us a little bit more?
Yes.
Because that would be nice. It's lovely to actually watch. I think it's it makes a difference. So if people are thinking, oh, I might like to have a go at cross stitch, but I'm not sure, it's good to see the beginning section, because I think that's often something that I feel is often a little bit glossed over by people, that you just start, and there's a little bit more to start. So what are you going to show us now?
So this is the Sewing is My Therapy project that I've already started stitching. So I'm about halfway through this one, and I've just finished on this little spool of thread at the top here. So you can see on the pattern that you're just doing rows of purple thread. So I'm nearly at the end of this row, and you're just going to be copying across the squares from your pattern into crosses on your fabric. Now, it doesn't really matter if you're a complete beginner how you stitch, but it does make your stitches look a little bit neater if the top stitch, the top half of your cross, goes in the same direction.
Right.
So my first stitch that I'm doing here, I'm doing left to right. And then the second will go over from the bottom right-hand corner to the top left. So that top stitch always lays in the same direction. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it doesn't matter which one, but just make sure they go the same way.
Yes, yeah. So if they're laying in the same way, it just makes
Do people have a way, do you think?
I think I do. I think most of my cross stitches all lay going from bottom right to top left.
Okay.
And I think it's just a habit that you get into. You try and...
so it's not a left-handed or a right-handed thing then?
Not necessarily, and it doesn't matter if you did a couple that then went in the other direction. It just makes the overall look of the stitching just a little bit neater, the overall piece. But like I say, if you're a beginner, then it's not something you need to worry about.
Right. But these are just like the little fine refinements.
Yeah, definitely. So with this one, I'm just doing the last stitch of purple in this section here. So you've got your 2 stitches to make your cross. And then I've finished that section. So to finish your thread, all you need to do is just on the back of your stitching, run your needle under a few stitches. So you can go, I'm going to go under this row. And then just snip the tail wherever my scissors are. You don't have to worry about knotting it or anything like that. You can just kind of anchor the end of that thread underneath some other stitches that you've already done, and that will then keep your stitching in place on the front.
Okay. That's beautiful. So is that one finished?
So
no, you've still got a few little. I was looking at your design.
Yeah, so we've done the middle section. So what you probably do next is count out to the little blue buttons. So I'll get the right colour thread.
So I guess, do you tend to work on one like motif at a time, or do you do all the same stitch in the same colour at a time?
Normally I'll do it on kind of each section. So I will have stitched the black for the thread and then the purple, and then I will stitch each of the blue buttons.
Right, okay.
Just because then you've got something to then count out to the next section.
Rather than going, right, I'll do that and then I'll do that.
Yes, yeah, it just makes it a little bit easier as you go along. Oh, there we go, that was a miracle. So for the blue button here, I'm just going to count across 4 squares from that black section to work out exactly where I need to start for the button. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going to start the thread exactly how I did before by just leaving a little loop behind and threading my needle. It's just a really easy way to get started, so you don't have to.
Well, it just makes it really neat on the back, doesn't it? You haven't got sort of loose ends to be playing with.
And then for this section, we do 3 stitches in a row there. And what I've done here, because I'm doing a little row of 3, I've done just half of the stitch, so I've just done the cross in half a direction,
Right.
just one length of it, and then I'll go back down the row and just finish off that to make the cross. So that is then the 3 stitches along the bottom, and then you would count all the way around and gradually.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to see how it works like that. I think that's really nice. Lovely. That's a really nice design. I like that one. So
Thank you.
therapy. So if you get in the kit for that, you could get the needle mind as well. Should we just run through the kits one last time, Ben? We'll do that. So the bee kit. Where did I put the bee? Did I give you back the bee? Oh no, he's here.
Have you got it? Yeah,
I've got him. So here's the bee kit. Let me just show you on the overhead. There's the little bee kit. And there's the little bee kit. There we go. So you get everything. It's not like bits left out. It's not like you haven't got the needle. You get everything you need. So it's ideal if you're new to cross stitch, if you're given it as a gift, if you want something to take away on holiday with you, you want everything to be in one place. Or if you've tried cross stitch maybe in the past and thought, oh, I'm just not sure, it's a bit too difficult, couldn't do it, you know, then have another go. Have another go, come back to it. They're all stitched on Ada, so the holes are nice and big, easy to count. And a good way, if you're maybe buying them for children, then sit with them and do it. You know, I don't think it takes too long to hold the hand.
No, exactly. It's just getting that, getting the technique to begin with. But once you've got that stitch, then it's just repeating that again.
And that's lovely. And it also, you know, not only are you then giving them the gift of stitching, you're giving them the gift of mindfulness from a very young age, which will equip them very well later into adulthood as well. So what a lovely thing. That's the bee. And then we've got the sewing is I keep saying cheap, I don't know why. Sewing is my therapy.
I need to design that one next.
Yeah, could you? Then I won't have to there. Yeah. So sewing is my therapy. It's got a 4-inch hoop. Just £13.45. Well, you've seen inside the kits. They are beautiful, and I like the way that everything is there, but it's also so neatly and nicely packaged, so it's a pleasure to open. And it's quite often like that, isn't it, when you buy some kits?
Yeah.
If it's lovely to open, you sort of savour the moment.
Yeah, I hope so.
I think so. I think it's gorgeous. So sewing is my therapy, £13.45. Oh, this one is the most popular kit this morning.
Ah, that's nice.
That's nice, isn't it? You can hang it in your workroom. Lovely. Sewing is my therapy. Just think how much money I've saved you. Right, then there's the festive one. Feeling so festive. And why not have a cross-stitch decoration? Well, I think I'd probably just keep it up. I'd hang it and keep it up all year round.
Yeah.
Because it is just a lovely thing. Really goes so festive. £15.95. That has a 6-inch hoop in it, so it's a little bit bigger. If I show you against like the B one, so that's a lot bigger, that one. And then the final kit, I'll probably mix them all up now.
That's okay.
Is the poppies. Let yourself grow. This is an absolutely charming design. I don't know whether they're blowing in the wind and their petals, because they are so fragile, aren't they? Their petals just fall at the tiniest things. Let yourself grow. That's lovely. Again, you know, lovely as a kit for beginners, as a gift. Stitch it for someone or just buy it for yourself. Because why not? Why not? Right. Well, gosh, we've only got a couple of minutes left. So the final recap of the book. So Mindful cross stitch. We are launching it here. It is £13.99. That's today only. It's because it's a new launch. We're lucky enough to have Sophie here. She signed them all. So to sort of cancel out your postage, almost, £13.99, £3 off. It is a beautiful book. If you want to get back into cross-stitching, or you've never done cross-stitching, it's a lovely thing for you. If there's someone that you know that you think would really benefit from this book, what a nice gift as well. It's not just a cross-stitch book with cross-stitch patterns, though. It's a really nice read as well. Really lovely. So mindful cross stitch from Sophie. Thanks so much for coming in, Sophie.
Thank you for having me. It's been really nice.
No, it's been a pleasure, and I love your book, and I wish you all the luck with your business because I think you're spreading a lot of good things.
I hope so.
Good things. We hopefully will see you back here soon.
Yes.
I will see you back in a few minutes' time. It's all about Kaffe in the next hour. Kaffe kits that we love. I've got kits and I've got fabric. And also, if you didn't see the interview that I did with him a couple of weeks ago, we're going to show a few bits from that about the kits. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer. Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about Kaffe. We've got Kaffe fabrics, we've got Kaffe books, and we've got Kaffe Fassett kits, which is brilliant. So I was lucky enough to go up to London to his house in North London and interview him a few weeks ago, which was fab. Can you imagine? Look, there's me, Kaffe. I said to Kaffe, can I have a picture of you? And he stood there. He's so cool, isn't he, with his arms folded. I thought, I've got to do the same. I kind of look a bit, I wish I'd put my arms a bit lower down. That's in front of the Lorna Doone quilt, which we have the kit for, just in case you're interested. So that was me at Kaffe's house, and I asked him about some of the kits that we have got here and his design process and why he chose to do it. And so we'll show you the interviews for those bits. But his house was amazing. It was like everything was painted. So when you walked up the stairs went up between sort of two walls. They weren't open plan. And he had like a wooden handrail, but he painted the banisters on. So, you know, the uprights, they were just painted on like real. I love that. My favourite, though, was his MBE certificate, which was signed by the Queen and Prince Philip. Beautiful, all framed on the wall, but hanging on it with these like knitted coils, tubes, just like this, just hung it. And I said, why have you got knitting hung on it? He goes, well, I wanted to decorate it. It was a bit boring. So he's got all this knitting hung on his MBA certificate. That really made me laugh. And the fact that he painted his boiler as well, that made me laugh. He said, well, it was white and boring. So anyway, a most amazing house. So, I mean, I've always loved Kaffe and his fabrics. He's a genius, isn't he? It really is. I don't know how he does it. When I went there, he was colouring in one of Philip Jacobs' patterns, which is fab. So Philip Jacobs does these designs, and then Kaffe chooses the colours for them. And he's there with surrounded by a jigsaw of a map of the world. And then he's got one of Philip Jacobs' designs, and he's hand painting that in. And in the corner, Brandon's knitting. It's just, I could have spent all day there. They made me leave eventually, though, because sadly the light was going and we couldn't do any more interviews. But it was glorious. Anyway, so let's start with, because we've got the kit, we've got 5 kits taken from Quilt by the Sea, which is his latest book. So what he's done with this book, he has taken projects from all 25 books in the past, chosen his favourites, recoloured them, changed them about, taken them down to the seaside where he's got his other house, because he's got 2 of them, and he's taken the pictures there. It is a beautiful book. So there's Kaffe and Brandon. I mean, and you know, it's not just a patchwork quilting book. Look at the colours in it. It's glorious, isn't it? And so what he's done is he's taken the photographs. This is one of the kits that we've got, Dusky Ribbons, and recoloured. So just look at the colours and how that matches the beach huts beautifully. It's beautiful. So he's got beautiful inspirational photos here. They're that Lorna Doone one. I absolutely love that. And that's when I wanted to phone with him, because I said, can I stand next to you in front of that one, because I love it. Blooming Snowballs, because there are 25. I think it's 25. I'm sure it is. Celebrating 25 years, but I'm sure there's 25 things. I'll read them in a minute. Pastel Fiesta, we've got that kit. I mean, I absolutely love that one because there's so much fabric in it. Look at all the colours, and when you get the kit, you get a little bit of all of those. So beautiful. Vintage Stars, we've got that one as well. There's maroon frames, autumn postcard. There's a couple of cushions. We've got little jars. And Cave has always said about how he has a massive collection of oriental vases. And this was the basis for that. Well, when I went to his house, honestly, he wasn't lying. He has a massive collection of oriental vases. Love Colour Garden, flower boxes, succulent hexagons, shady parterre. That's rather nice, isn't it? Spot swatches, green squares, cool stars. There's so much. Look at how much is in here. Shadow boxes, Love in a Mist. It's just oodles and oodles. Then, so those are all the beautiful inspirational photos. Every one of those has then got instructions. It tells you how much fabric you need to buy. It tells you what fabrics he's used. But obviously, if you're just buying the book, you don't have to use all of his fabric. You could use some of his fabric. You can mix it with some plain. You could just use all of your own fabric. If you love the quilt design, he does talk a little bit in the introduction of each one about why he's chosen specific fabric. So you can use that to inspire you. But unbelievable. I'm going to count these because the price of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, tree of cushion, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There we go. For £24.99. But look, there are instructions for making every single one. So now you think what you would normally pay for a Cave set of instructions. So like you love the Lorna Doone like I do. If you can either buy the kit, we don't have the kits for all of them, or there's the instructions. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It's a beautiful, and he gives you all the fabric swatches. So if we look at, I was wondering, this is the one. If we go to Pastel Fiesta, this is so clever, isn't it? I mean, it's just a thing of beauty. You'd pop that, you put that on your bed, and it is just a splash, a statement of colour. And it gives you little pictures of all of them. But obviously, you know, it's up to you with how you do it. It says this is a scrappy quilt, so you can have fun placing fabrics where you want, taking care not to make the stripes merge with similar patterns or tones. So there you go, that's how you can do it. That's as much guidance. I think Cave really tries to encourage people to use their own fabrics and their own ideas. Look at what he does, and then you can use that as a nod to your own designs. Love the beach huts. It says cabanas. Cabana. I love that. It is like the beach hut one, isn't it? Dusky ribbons, that's one of the quilt kits we have. Gorgeous. And remember, it's not just quilt. There are 3 cushion designs in here. So if you just want to make a little cushion, start off with that, then you can. Right, so that's the book, Quilts by the Sea. Just £24.99. So should we start with Lorna Doone? Because we love Lorna Doone. Now, we are in single figures for this, just to let you know. So the full price for this would normally be £209.99, but not today. Now, in this kit, it's just fabric. You will need the book as well. Okay, the book is £29.99, but we are taking money off this today. £189.99. You have all, shall I unwrap it? All the fabric that you need to make this kit. You will need the book as well, but the good thing about getting the book is then you've got the patterns for all the designs. So it's more of a materials pack. But the brilliant thing is that if you love this design as much as I do, then you've got everything you need, which is quite nice, isn't it? Because, yes, you can recreate it in your own fabrics, but if you love it because of the prints chosen, then you've got that spot. And to me, that is the spot that ties everything else together. That's the beautiful spot that's all in the background. You've got another spot, you use a little bit of spot for that. This is one of his earliest designs. And hanging above his MBE certificate was his original watercolour drawing for this design. Still around. You've got flowers. Love the, it's like the cabbages. Look at these, I love these. And these are used, if you look in here, they're used in the centre of each of these. This is actually, to be honest, a really easy quilt to make. It is really just squares and strips. But it's the fabric, isn't it? And that little shot of pink, little bit of mauve. So these are all used in between them all. This one, actually I've just realised, this one here that's all these beautiful, I think they look like nasturtiums. No, they are. They are used in the border that goes all the way around, and it's joined together so you get that beautiful border look. Now the finished size, so you've got over 10.5 metres of fabric in that, which is quite a lot of fabric, isn't it? And, because I always want to know this if I'm going to make a quilt, I think I need to check in the instructions. The finished size of this quilt is, 78 by 73 inches. So 199 by 185 centimetres. Oh, that's not the right quilt. That's me not reading. I was just looking at the numbers. Oh, page 80. Right, we'll start again. Finished size of the quilt is 98 by 79 inches, which is 249 by 200 centimetres. That's a big quilt, isn't it? That's a big quilt. No. Oh, that's really funny. Yes, it is in the graphics. I'm so glad I've done that. That is quite funny. So that is double king-size bed, isn't it? And honestly, it's gorgeous. Beautiful. I absolutely love that. One day. Look how beautiful. And I've got a picture of me standing in front of it as well. I love it. And you know what? It is actually really easy to make. It's not a difficult make at all. Right, shall we show you I'm going to show you now the little video, because I wanted to ask Kay for a lot of questions, because it's always nice to know, if you're buying a kit or you're buying a book, what was the designer, what did they have in mind about why they did it? I like the little background. So if you just watch this is about the Lorna Doone quilt kit. So the Lorna Doone quilt, I love this quilt. I love the name of it. I think it's beautiful because I love the book. So how did the design for this come about? To me, it looks like the cabbage quilt.
All I can say is the woman that designed this was somebody who was working in America with my friend Lucy, and she has a fabulous collection of antique and vintage quilts and fabrics. And so she has this real feeling for the old world. And to me, this feels like that. It's got this wonderful nostalgic feeling of, and the delicacy of. It's
very pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like beautiful china. You know, there's something just so delicate and exquisite about it. And we did, our latest book is 25 years, celebrating 25 years of doing these books. And so we took a quilt from each book, changed the colors radically.
In Quilts by the Sea.
Yeah, except for this one. And when I picked this one, I thought, the colours are perfect.
Well, it's very much like the mosaics you've got. So like the mosaics that are in your front porch.
Yes.
It's very reminiscent of those.
Yeah, well, that's it, like china. You know, it's like little pieces of porcelain. And it has this lovely delicacy. And I thought, I don't want to change a thing about it. So and thank goodness we had most of the fabric still in our collection.
Because these are little works of art all on their own.
The Brassica is a wonderful print. Brassica. And that's the original colorway of Brassica. And it still looks so fresh and lovely.
I suppose it's quite important with this that you fussy cut, that you've got Brassica in the centre.
Oh, I think, yes. Cutting something that is a lovely portrait, a lovely sort of bullseye cabbage head. It makes
I guess also this quilt would work with any of your prints, because a lot of your prints are, well, ones like this, the large scale prints.
Absolutely. You could take big flowers of any kind,
And how did you choose like the turquoise? Is that because it makes it pretty, or?
Yeah, I mean, she chose that, and that's one of my favorites. I've often chosen this kind of duck egg blue, this kind of wonderful gray blue, is so lovely, and I think it gives them a quality, don't you? I mean, it gives it a wonderful feeling.
Well, it makes these sing out, and then it's like having the mosaic china in amongst it. It's
Absolutely.
the prettiest quilt, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and this I can see working so well in so many kind of bedrooms, you know, a very wonderful kind of, I mean, if somebody had wallpaper, which I love wallpaper, but it would be marvelous. But it just in a plain white room, it'll be just
yes, because it hasn't got the sort of the vibrancy of some of the quilts, but it's very pretty.
Or
and
it's just not at all heavy. There's something very light and delicate about this.
I think the quilting really helps with it as well, doesn't it? Because it's been quilted quite intricately to echo the design, because again you've got your
I think a lot of English people would like it because it doesn't scare the horses, you know. It's very calm.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit of calmness.
And it's very grown up.
Yes, for you. No, it's beautiful. I love this quilt. Oh, there's the kit.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed that one. Isn't it a beautiful kit? One day I'm going to make it myself. Right, the next one I'm going to go through is Pastel Fiesta. I didn't have a film of that one because I only filmed the one, and he didn't have a sample of that one in his house. Don't know where that had gone. But this is the one that's in the book. I love this. Now, the finished size of this is a biggie. 231 by 180 centimetres. That's a really nice, big quilt. How much are we going to take off this one? So the price for this, $299.99, but not today. Not today. How much? $199.99. £100 off. That means we can do it on split pay as well. Look at the contents. So, as I said earlier, the great thing about this kit is that you get so much in it, because what you need is a little bit of a lot of fabrics. And so that's not easy. If you want to replicate it, if you want it to be as beautiful, let me just find it, as the one in the book. What page is it on? 24, because there's a picture there. See, look. Isn't that gorgeous? So if you want to recreate that riot of colour and print and pattern, the only way you're going to do it is with the kit. So look at the fabrics in it. Look, we've got, it's just, I mean, it makes no sense, does it? Nothing goes together, but it does go together. See, if I was choosing these, I would never choose that pink and orange with the green and yellow, but you've seen the quilt. When you look at the finished quilt, you know it goes together. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? You see, and this is why it's best to just go with what Kaffe says, because you know it's going to work. So for $199.99, you can buy this on split pay. So you can buy it on, it'll wind round in a minute, 3 equal payments of 66.66. You pay $66.66 now. We will send it to you straight away, and then you'll pay the other 2 payments. It doesn't cost any more. It's interest-free. But it's a way of you being able to get this kit, because when these kits have gone, we won't be recreating these. These have been created specially for us. And in order to use exactly the fabrics that he's got, then this is the only way that you can get them. So it is a little bit of a one-off, to be honest. And if you want to repeat exactly what he's done, I mean, they are beautiful. So look at all of these fabrics. So where's the box? So in the box, it says you get 31 different fabrics. In total, you get over 15 metres of fabric. 31 fabrics over 15 metres. So we've got spots and spirals, and we've even got a little bit of plain. We've got old fabrics, new fabrics. We've got fabrics by Kaffe, fabrics by Philip Jacobs, fabrics by Brandon. It's a riot of colour, print, pattern and general gloriousness. This is a kind of a classic one. This is your showstopper. If this was on Bake Off, this would be your showstopper, isn't it? Because it's, yeah, you'd probably be in the final with this one, to be fair. But, and can you see in the centre, there's a thread spool? I think that's really clever. So if you look in the centre where all of those join together, it makes a thread spool. It's a little bit hidden, really. There's not a bow tie, it's a thread spool. But isn't it gorgeous? Imagine putting this on your bed or putting this on the spare room bed and your guests will go, wow. Or this is a decoration. This is something you hang on the wall for everyone to be, whoa. And again, it's not that difficult. None of them are difficult. Not really, no. It looks very difficult. It does look very difficult. But honestly, shall we have a little look? We got time? Right, okay. Page 85 then. Right. Let's see what you do. It's, right, so the quilt is made up of 8 blocks. Okay, so you sew all the strips together and then you cut them into rectangles. Interesting. Interesting piece of cake, really. So what they've done, actually, now I remember this before, use interfacing. So what you do is you cut your rectangles of interfacing and you draw the lines on. You then sew the fabrics onto those to make sure they stay straight. Once you've done that, you've got then these blocks and you cut them in, because you see here, they go off the edges a bit. You then cut that. Once you've made that, that's it. That's it, you just put the borders on. So you do need interfacing. So if you're getting this, you will need 5 metres of sew-in interfacing, not ironing. And really, the reason for that is it just makes it easier to join together, and you can also make sure, it's very important these strips stay straight, which they might not if you just sew them together. But by getting interfacing and drawing lines on, then you can just sew them in there. And the reason you use a sew-in is because it doesn't shift or move at all. It can be just a lightweight one, but worth doing. I love this one. Right. Okay. Right, vintage stars. Ah, this is a lovely one, isn't it? Beautiful fabrics in this one, really gorgeous. So again, this is in the book. The price, £189.99. It's £175. It's on five-way split pay. £189.99. Why? Must have been a special offer. So £37.99. You pay that today, interest-free. We'll send it to you straight away. And then we will send the whole kit to you, and then you just pay the other one. Have you not done? Oh, Ben's got another special deal. Wow. So £159.99, still on five-way split pay, no interest. So how much have we got to pay today then? £31.99. £31.99. So this quilt is 175 by 145 centimetres. That's an amazing price, amazing. But the problem is we've got less than 20. There is the problem. But, you know, we're not going to get these back, so we've reduced the price. We've got 12 in baskets. We want to clear them. So it's a good price. So the size of this, because I know is 69 by 57 inches. It's 175 by 145, so this would be nice on a single bed. It's beautiful. This version of Liza's double star quilt shows off some of the vintage or more Victorian shades of our classic fabric collection, as well as some of our current shot stripes. Ooh. So let me show you a little look at the fabrics you actually get, and then we'll show you the interview I did with them. Beautiful. We've got spots in all colours. This, I love this stripe because this is a stripe that he has made specially. It's woven, it's not printed, and it has a really different sort of vintage look to it. So isn't it beautiful? It's these warm, earthy tones that he's used, which is why it's called Vintage Stars. It's warm, look at that, glorious. It's a beautiful thing. I love these colours. They just make, well, you can see they make the most beautiful quilt, don't they? Aren't they beautiful? And then you've got a larger piece of this that's used around the background. So shall we watch the interview of this one? So this one is beautiful. Now you've chosen really dusty, earthy colours for this.
Yeah.
Really different to some of the other quilts.
Yeah. I always try to ring the changes in the books, you know. I want something for the pastel people. I want something for the kind of more vibrant, dark, rich colors. But this was kind of in between and kind of antique. And also, I knew that in Hastings, where we were going to shoot this, there was a wonderful old brick and stone wall that was so antique.
And this really stands out.
Oh my God, it was perfect. I mean, the old stained bricks were perfect as a background for this. But what I love about this quilt is that it's all very simple geometry. It's the kind of thing that a beginner could work out and play with and have fun.
Yeah, so it's just squares, half square triangles, quarter square triangles.
Exactly.
And it features paperweight everywhere.
Yeah, paperweight everywhere. And this is one of my very early designs that I found this wonderful old paperweight that a woman had. And I said, I've got to borrow that. And I took it straight home and sat down and painted this design from the paperweight.
So when did you paint this?
Oh my God. I hope it has a date on it somewhere. It probably doesn't. I never remember dates.
A long time ago.
But it's a long time ago.
Right,
This is a very early fabric.
Wow. And it's still going now?
It's still going in
And
our
how
range.
many times-
It's been one of the biggest sellers we've ever had.
It features in lots of colours.
Yes,
How
I
many
mean, here we
colourways
have
have
it
you
in
got?
green, here we have it in brown, here we have it in the original kind of grayish tones, and so forth.
isn't it?
I mean, it's just been really fun to.
But then you've paired that with bold spots.
Yeah.
And you've got the Indian stripes there.
Yeah, and Brandon's wonderful primitive jumble comes in here,
Yes,
which
no, I
is
love that
really
one.
strong. It has a beautiful kind of emphasis.
So was it difficult choosing? Because, you know, you've got such a mixture of not just colours, but print styles as well.
Yeah, they were all kind of husky,
Right.
not brilliant colors. They were, you know, they had a kind of dusty, antique feeling about them. And I wanted it to feel like an old antique. And I love the way the disc border comes in there
Well, I was
with
going
the
to
black
ask you,
background.
because this is all very geometrical.
Yeah,
Is that a word?
yeah.
And then you've got these concentric circles
kind of
going
bubbly
on.
circles floating around it. But I don't know. So it just works aesthetically. I always look at how do the colors combine? Are they doing something that makes them enhance each other?
Does it take a lot of trial and error, or do you just go, nope, that's it?
A bit of trial and error. This wall, you know, I just put up pieces of fabric and it sticks to the wall. And so I can arrange the whole quilt and then edit it.
Right.
And keep taking things out and putting things in that work better. And
well, I guess you instinctively know now what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, your guesses are pretty good to start with, but then you put it up and you stand back and you see it from a distance. That's the great thing about putting it on a vertical surface like this, so that you can stand back from it.
Yes, different to having it on a table.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful quilt. I love it. Don't forget to check out your baskets on that kit. That really is, with all of these, this really is the last chance. Now look at that, £31 on 99 on pre-order. Absolutely beautiful quilt. So on pre-order, why did I say that? On split pay, £31.99 you pay now, and then you pay in the other 4 instalments, and you can get it straight away. This is kind of your last chance. These kits are created especially for us. We're not going to do it again. We are on single figures. Lots of you have got this kit in your basket. You need to get it checked out. If you missed it, that's it really, because when you look how many different fabrics are in the kit, we're not going to be able to replicate that because you just can't get the fabrics anymore. So if you want to get this one, then do get checked out on that. Right, the next one, little jars. Little jars. Now, this is inspired by Cave's absolute love of collecting oriental vases, of which he has squillions. So let's have a look at what's in it. What do you get in the kit? You get 19 fabrics, 19 different prints, in total over 9.5 metres, which is loads, loads. Right, should we have a look and see what's in the kit? Right, so the price at the moment, Ben's in a bit of a price dropping mood at the moment, £209.99. And it's on five split pays again. So what are we going to reduce the price to? £149.99. What's that, £60? Wow. Wow. So what does that take the split pay to? To £29.99. This is a beautiful, beautiful kit. So look at all the fabric you get in it. Do you know what, to be honest, even for that price, for the fabric alone, even if you don't make this actual kit, is well worth it. But you are getting pieces of all of these. All of these, 19 different fabrics, stripes and spots and flowers and prints and woven planes. Absolutely glorious. This is what the kit looks like. Again, fairly easily, it's the little vases are appliqued. He's used a lovely stripe in the background, but this is the kit you're going to make. Oh, and the finished size of it is 206 by 147. Anyway, watch the video because these are all the questions I asked him, and you'll find out why. Tell me, why did you design this?
Well, first of all, I love pots, and you know I have got great collections of the little pots, and they're just sinuous little shapes. You know, beautiful Oriental pots. They're just gorgeous, and English pots. I mean, what interested me when I came here from California was that the English love China, and they have these wonderful shops and you know, kind of flea markets and things filled with great collections of China.
Yeah,
and so I bought a lot, and I got a lot of inspiration from them. So little patterns.
So they're not all Oriental
shapes.
China pieces. A lot of them
No.
are
Some
British
were
pottery.
very, very English. You know, some of them, and some were, you know, on travels, you know, that we do all over the world. So, you know, finding pieces. But I just love that. And then I just love the idea of a repetition of the same scale of pot, the same little
But
shape.
with these different fabrics.
Yeah.
So why the stripes?
I just thought it was jolly. And that was my most contrasting woven stripe from India that we get done. And I think it looks like, you know, kind of Regency wallpaper.
Well, it does. It looks
something.
like these all beautiful pots set against the wallpaper.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. It's kind of fun. And then I love this pattern in the border called discs.
Quite a contrast.
It is. It is. I mean, it's kind of a very primitive kind of design, you know, taken from, you know, very primitive sources, and then, you know, stuck here with our very first fabric. That was number one.
Is that the one we've seen?
Roman
we've
glass.
seen the print of?
No, that's another version of it.
Okay.
That's paperweight, but this is called Roman glass.
Right.
And it's one of those patterns that I very first invented when I went to the Victoria and Albert Museum and looked at these beautiful little glass pieces, fragments of old Roman glass that had little details in them. And I just did this pattern, and it's still in our range.
But it's beautiful, and it
30
picks
years
out all the
later.
colours.
Yeah, yeah.
So the vases are all actually appliqued on top of the patchwork background.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that just to keep the shape and to keep it simpler?
Yeah, and yeah, to be able to do these curves and these little handles and pot tops and everything else, it's very easy to do with applique if you're not freaked out by appliques.
Right.
Some people are, you know, but you know, and I go to places like America and Australia, they love applique and they do lots of it.
So this is a nice mixture between a bit of the patchwork, a bit of applique.
Yeah,
spots,
for those people who
stripes.
like a little bit of a challenge.
Okay, that's great. It's
and doesn't
beautiful.
the packaging look nice?
It does, doesn't it?
I love that.
Quite impressed
with
with
a
the
nice
colours.
little contrasting
It's
border.
lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's little jars for you. And it's really nice to actually speak to Cave and ask him, like, particularly those striped fabrics in the background, why have you chosen that? It's quite interesting. I think it's nice to have a story. When you buy a kit, have a story of, you know, the concept behind it. So the final kit that we have from this book is Dusky Ribbons. Now this is your 3D, because I love illusion quilting, and this really epitomizes it. It uses beautiful combinations of fabric. Again, the choice of fabrics is very, very important for this, because if you don't choose the right shades and tones, with that 3D, it gives the impression of the ribbons being folded and concertinaed. I think it's gorgeous, with a great big flower in the middle. So the finished size of this is 203 by 203 centimetres. It's a really nice size. And rather than get a calculator out, I'll tell you how big that is. Weirdly, I can only ever sort of picture sizes when they're in inches, but when I'm buying fabric, it has to be in centimetres. I'm in that mixed generation. It's so annoying. Oh, it's 80 inches square. So you can do double king size bed with this. We're reducing the price to $219.99. It's absolutely massive, 80 inches square. It is huge. When you see it in real life, it's beautiful, but I think it's the combination of fabrics is really important for it, because it's the only way, by combining those, you get that effect. So if I show you the fabrics that are in the kit, you can see how they're combined. So you've got all like the purples and the blues. It's gorgeous, isn't it? How many different fabrics says on the back of it? We've got 19 fabrics in total. 19. You've got 13 metres of fabric in this. It's gorgeous. It's all in the sort of cool tones, cool, gentle, restful tones. You've got a nice big piece of fabric as well that is used for all the background in between the ribbons. It is beautiful. I really want this, but it is gorgeous. Now I have got one final interview where I talked to Kaffe about this, so if you want the history, if you've got it in your basket, there are loads of you with this in your baskets. If you want to just be convinced why he did this and how gorgeous it is, watch this. So this kit, Dusky Ribbons, then, to me, this is all about optical illusion. Is that the purpose of the design?
I suppose. Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, it was a drawing that I did just randomly as a kind of thought. Maybe I could do something like this, some borders on a quilt. And Lucy, who works with me, was visiting, and she looked at this sketch and she said, "This would make a great quilt." And she went home with that sketch and made the quilt.
Wow.
And so that was the first one. And then this is a second version of it, where we're using a slightly more contrast than we use in the first one, which I like. I like the crispness of it.
Well, they're very contrasting. I mean, although you've got the same palette, they're very contrasting colours, so you really get the ribbon.
Yeah, you really
to
get
it.
that effect of light and dark of a folded ribbon. And I love that. I love, you know, the illusion of three dimensions in things, you know.
Because you do quite a lot of optical illusion designs.
I do, because I look a lot of, you know, marble floors and things like that. You go to Venice and those wonderful three-dimensional, you know, tumbling blocks and things like that are done in marble. And so I just love that.
And then that's like complete contrast.
Yeah. I did a black and white version of this very colorful embroidered shawl, and it's called Shawl. And so we just used a piece of that as the center.
So was it difficult doing things like choosing the background color for this, because, you know, you've got that quite muted?
To get it right. You know, I like this kind of neutral slate gray. it makes the colors glow. I mean, that's what I'm always
Right.
trying to do, is to
Okay.
make color really sexy and glow.
Yeah, because they really like pop out from it, don't they?
Yeah,
When you look
I
at it,
think
you can
so.
see them stand out.
I think so. There's something about that neutral kind of stony color that makes, if something is a little brighter than that, then it really shines.
Well, that's quite good inspiration for people doing their own designs, is to use something neutral.
Oh, absolutely.
And is it purposeful that you have the two blues, 2 greens, 2 purples? Does that work?
Yeah, because I wanted to, you know, if it's a pale green, then the shadow would be a darker green,
Okay.
and so forth and so on. Yeah, and I think it just kind of works.
No, it does. It does.
Yeah,
Well, what
yeah.
I like about it is it works very close up, but it really works at a distance.
Yeah, yeah.
So is this the sort of thing that you see when you go travelling?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And also, you can imagine when we went out to photograph this, and we found these little beach huts in Hastings, and we put that up on a pink and blue hut. I mean, it was just perfect. It just worked so well. So I love it when colors come together like
Well,
that.
it really works in your book as well, doesn't it? Because you've got the kind of the dark sort of skies of the seaside on not such
and
nice days.
this could work in a dark interior. It could work in a very, very light interior. If people have a kind of shabby chic kind of look, they could throw this on a bed and it would be very handsome.
Well, it is a piece of art, really, I think. I mean, you can put it on the bed, but it is like a piece of art, isn't it?
Yeah, or hang it behind the couch or something.
Yeah.
I love quilts that are hung up.
Yeah,
as you can see.
Yeah, so if you made, I'm sure you have, when you make your quilts, where do you like to put them? Are they walls, are they beds?
I love to hang them. You know, if I'm going to put that much work into something, I like to show it off. But on the other hand, it's very nice that something that you use every day, that's practical, or maybe the guest bedroom,
right,
where
to
it's
really show
very
off.
Beautiful. That's right. And when you have that special guest and they come in and they see this beautiful quilt, that's a great
Perfect,
thing.
absolutely perfect for that. Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
That'll be fine for that one. Cool. So there's the Dusky Ribbons quilt. Isn't it gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. Loads of you got in your baskets. I suppose you're all watching thinking, oh, I love that. So nice, isn't it? Again, we are not going to be able to repeat these. They are one-offs. They've got a lot of fabric in them. So to be able to get all the same amounts and the same quantity. So get it now whilst you can. Right, I've got another book by Kaffe Fassett's Timeless Themes. 25 new quilts. And we are selling the kit of the cover girl. Look, so we've got the kit of the design that's on the cover. Let me just show you the book. The book is $19.99 for 25, and we're selling that at a £5 discount. So let me just show you the actual quilts. Gosh, look at that. Do you think they painted that to match Kate's quilt? I'm just going to, let's get through to the, because I want you to get through to the actual design. So the book is beautiful, it's inspirational, it's a lovely coffee table read. Also, the designs are then put into sections. So we've got bold stripes, there's the borrow quilt, the corrugated quilt, striped squares, and then we get into complex stripes. This is a very iconic Kaffe print, isn't it? Look at that one, diagonal bricks. And I love, this is where Kaffe gets his inspiration. Look, zebra's bottom. And then you've got a beautiful beaded bracelet. Look at that, optical stripes, absolutely gorgeous. Circles, I mean, he loves circles, doesn't he? And then obviously he's done a quilt. So this blue Suzanne, originally from the Persian word for needle, Suzanne is a type of hand embroidered textile. So that's what that one comes from. That's the kit that we've got. Circle log cabin. Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Like that, like that. Lacy circles. Wow, look at that one. Sunrise. My Big Bang quilt is one of my favourite diamond layouts. I'm not surprised. Vases, basket bowls. We know he loves those. So there's the vases quilt that was in the other book, but in a different prints. These are all of his floor designs. Gorgeous. Scrappy rice bowls, organic shapes. I mean, it shows you, doesn't it, you know, how inspirational Kaffe is, because he uses stripes, patterns, flowers, organic shapes, organic seahorses. Why oh why? That's clever, isn't it? Again, illusion quilting. I think he's got a bit of a thing for illusion quilting. Foliage. I mean, this is one of his needlepoint designs of cabbages. Absolutely gorgeous. Salad days. So cool. So cool. I mean, and obviously there's 25 designs, as you can see. I'll just show you quickly. There are instructions for all of them in the book. So for £20, you are getting 25 designs. Now, the only quilt kit that... Oh, is that getting reduced again? Oh, let's take £2 off. £17.99 for that book. It's a beautiful coffee table book even. I've run out of batteries. I'll just make it up. So in the kit itself, this is the only kit we've got. It's £259.99. You have got all of the fabric that you need to make the quilt. Hang on, I just need to get my battery pack. There we go. So in here, let's have a look. It is gorgeous. Now, what I like about this one is you've got a lot of his woven fabric. Yay, thank you. £149.99. I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking in because I couldn't hear them. My battery's off run out right at this stage. Weird. They must have a certain life. £149.99. That's amazing. He's got these beautiful woven stripes, which I love. This is all, you can see from the picture, this is all cool. It's cool tones. Absolutely gorgeous. I love the spots. And you've got this beautiful woven fabric. It's almost like shot. So you've got the warp is in one colour and the weft in the other. And you've got all these beautiful plain fabrics because these are used in the centre. What an absolutely stunning quilt kit. £149.99. We've got it available on split pay. We won't be able to do it again, which is why we've reduced the price. So if you want to get Cave's Timeless Themes, you will need to buy the book as well. But that is absolutely stunning. Right. We've just about got enough time for extra wide backings. Love the extra wides because they feel different to his other fabric. They're very soft, they're very subtle, they are very wide. So the width of them, I think, is 208 inches. There we go, let me show you that. 208 inches, which is it 174? I think it is, centimetres. Now, obviously, this is absolutely perfect if you're backing a quilt because you don't need to join it. So if you are, even if you're making a really big quilt, always add on. So if you get the quilt finish size, add on 8 inches to that, and that's the size that you need to buy. But this will be wide enough. But it's brilliant for that because you haven't got to join it. 274, which is 108 inches, isn't it? It's very wide, I think. But isn't it brilliant if you don't need to use it for quilt backing because of the price? So you're paying £14.99 and it is more than twice the width of normal fabric, but it's not more than twice the price. What if you're making cushions? So if you buy half a metre of this, you think how many cushion covers you can make from that? Dressmaking. You know, big maxi dress. So if you want to do some dressmaking with it, it's a very, very affordable way to buy Cave fabric. Maybe you make to sell. Maybe you've got a stall next summer and you're going to make loads of tote bags. Who wouldn't want a Cave tote bag? Absolutely gorgeous. So don't think of it, it is quilt backing, yes, and it's a very, it's also, to be honest, it's a nice quilt backing because it's very smooth and it feels lovely, so it will sit on the bed nicely, but it's also a very inexpensive way of getting Cave. Right, let me do another one. So this is one of the Philip Jacobs designs. In fact, Cave was colouring in one of these when I was there, similar to this. It's called, is it really called that? Shaggy Magenta. Shaggy Magenta. And that's lovely. Beautiful. So remember, quilt backing, homewares, bags, cushions, dressmaking. How about pyjama bottoms? They are, I mean, it's 100% cotton, it's free spit, but it's very, very smooth. It almost has, you know that feel and drape of a viscose cotton? It feels like, it isn't, it's 100% cotton, but it almost has that feel. That's shaggy magenta. Next one, because I'm going to do them all. There's only 4. Do you fancy green? Do you fancy green and do you fancy me fury? Remember, I forgot to say, with all of these, they are sold by the ½ metre and it will be cut as a continuous piece. So if you want more than a ½ metre, so if you're doing a big quilt, you might need 2.5, you need 5 units. Remember, add 8 inches, or 4 inches either side, 8 inches all round. There we go. But if you want more than ½ metre, it will be sent as a continuous piece. But isn't that gorgeous? Bed linen. Duvet covers, bedding, tablecloths. That'd be nice for your Christmas tablecloth, wouldn't it? Bit boho. And last one. Oh, have you got? Oh, we'll have to find the other one then. That one. Well, let's do this one. Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? It's got like this one, peonies, we love a peony. The background is a really lovely chambray blue with a white print. And then look at those peonies. Maxi dress. The width of it, you look at the width, duvet cover. Can you imagine how much you'd pay for a Kaffe Fassett duvet cover? Beautiful. Right, I've got one more. I think it's this one. Is it JIUI06? Oh, we mixed up all the extra wides with the normal, so we were sort of weighing them in our hands going, does that feel thicker? Blue. Blue Me Fury. Actually, that would be nice with the green, wouldn't it? That's such an intense colour. It's almost like, it's blue, but it's almost like violety, isn't it? That is gorgeous, isn't it? I love that. I'm just thinking what you can make with a whole, just ½ metre. There's so much there. 274 centimetres wide, which I think is 108 inches. You can even make a kimono. You'd need more than ½ metre for a kimono. But I just don't think it'd be wide enough. But do you know what you need to do? Is just get your dress pattern and lay out the pieces and measure out, because you won't get in the layout patterns for dressmaking. You just won't get the layout diagram for this width. But it is really worth it. It's gorgeous. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. It's amazing. Right, well, thank you for joining me today. Hasn't it been fab? I've had a great day, actually. Really nice doings. Oh, there's picture me and Kate. Thank you, Kate. Thank you for allowing me in your house to poke about and persuaded me to leave eventually. And what was even more exciting, when I got there, he said to me, why have you got such a big bag? And I said, well, I filled it with fabric. My daughter, who's a teacher, was doing collages the next day, and she said, can you bring me up some fabric? So I bought some of my old fabric that I don't use. And he said, oh, you have some of mine? And he gave me this big bag full of his scraps of fabrics. I so didn't want to give them to her. I thought, I'll have those. But then that felt really mean, because he said, oh, I like to be able to help out children and stuff. So reluctantly, I gave her not only a big bag of Kaffe fabric, but Kaffe fabric that he'd given me. Anyway, what a nice man. Right, tomorrow presenting is John Scott. The TV's John Scott will be here. And at 8 o'clock, he will be welcoming Nerissa Pratt. At 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan will be in with the standard and large ruler bags. Oh, that must be one of her kits. At 10 o'clock, Catherine Wright will be in with her Melrose Place Stone Path quilt. And at 11 o'clock, back with Susie Duncan and a classic blocks revisited book by Annie's Quilting. Oh, now do get ahead with that. Those books always sell out really fast. Catherine will be back at 12 with the insulated lunchbox tote. What a fab day you're going to have today. I will be back on, actually I'm back on Thursday morning to do a very quick Amber Makes show of kits that we've sold out of and that I've persuaded them to reprint. There we go. So have a lovely rest of the day. You've got Hobby Maker coming up in a minute. They're all ready to go. Very exciting. And I will see you back here presenting next Monday, but back here on Thursday.